Sarkin, Vice Principal Global Engagement, who is stuck on the tube or in an Uber somewhere, so we apologise for that. And she apologises too. So welcome to King's College London today for this conference on the defence of Europe, co-hosted by Reaction and ourselves here at King's. We're joined today by ambassadors, representatives and guests from over 30 countries to discuss the question of European defence and security. I think you'll agree that it's difficult to exaggerate the momentous nature of the events we have all witnessed since the 24th of February with Russia's unprovoked and brutal invasion of Ukraine. We have seen Ukraine's steadfast resolve and robust defence in thwarting Russia's aggression and forcing Moscow to limit its objectives, at least for now. The role of the West in supporting Ukraine, particularly in military terms and through the provision of intelligence, has been unprecedented. Wider and deeper sanctions have been imposed to both punish Moscow for the invasion, but also in an effort to compel a change in its behaviour. But along with all this, we've also become increasingly aware of the risks associated with escalation in the war, whether on the part of NATO and its assistance to Ukraine, or on the part of Russia and what it might be prepared to do to impose its will. Russia's veiled and not so veiled nuclear signalling has also been an important part of the war to date, mostly focused on deterring NATO's direct intervention, but also potentially signalling that Russia could resort to low-yield nuclear use if it will continue to fail in conventional military terms. We will be joined by the Ukrainian ambassador today, but he's slightly delayed. He'll come along later this morning. I have to do a little bit of admin, so the fire exits are clearly marked at the top and the bottom. So if the fire alarm goes, please go to those exits and you'll be directed to where you need to go next. I'll hand over now to my colleague Ian Martin from Reaction.
Thank you. I'm Ian Martin, editor of Reaction. Welcome to the Defence of Europe conference. The conference is co-hosted, of course, by Reaction and our friends at King's College London. Only 6 weeks ago, the two teams met to plan how we might convene here in London an urgent discussion about these vital questions. How can Ukraine be supported? And what are the best ways to strengthen European defence? Thanks to the work of the team at King's, Apple Fundraising and Reaction, we have a stellar group of panellists, speakers and contributors here today. We're joined by guests and friends from around Europe and beyond. Welcome to London. This conference is only possible because of the generous backing of supporters who underwrote today's event. Thank you to all donors. But it's because of Ukraine that we're here. Daily it becomes ever more clear the horrors that are being inflicted on a free people who wanted only to live in peace and prosperity. But in the last 10 weeks, the brave people of Ukraine have shown that tyranny can be resisted, democracy can be defended. They have set the rest of us in Europe an example, and we must not fail them. Your host for the afternoon session is Adam Bolton. Your host for this morning is the BBC's Mark Urban. Let me welcome Mark Urban to the stage to begin our conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Good morning. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I am Mark Urban. I work for the BBC. I've covered conflict, well, pretty much for 35 years, so I've seen a fair bit of it close up. I've also written a number of military history books, and I am on the board of the Imperial War Museum. So that's who I am, if you don't know me. I think what we're going to do with this first session is really look in quite a sort of detailed way at the war and its effect on European defence. That's the main aim of what we're trying to get out of this first session. So we'll start off by sort of getting a sense of where we are, and then going on to how does it end, and what are the implications then for Europe. Because I'm going to be shamelessly populist in my instincts, I'm really determined to give you your 30 minutes of questions. So I'll try and limit my questions to the panellists to just under 30. So hopefully that will give you guys a chance to ask your questions, or a decent number of you. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our first panel. Right. Yeah, Tim, off to the end, yep, Siberia. Will. I will do the introductions. First, on my left is Will Jessett, who was in MOD for many, many years, involved in drafting defence reviews, military planning at the highest level. Then General Sir James Everard, Armoured Corps, cavalry officer, I think, by formation and instinct, then involved in commanding brigade in Iraq, and later on Deputy Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, which, for those of you unfamiliar with the SHAPE system, there's a lot of alliance management in that job. So fantastic to have you here as well, James. Professor Helen Thompson, Professor of Political Economy at Cambridge, author of a fantastic book, Disorder, Hard Times in the 21st Century, who will, I think, give us a lot of insights on geopolitics and the way that will play out in the coming months and years. And then finally, Tim Marshall, formerly a colleague of mine in the diplomatic corps of correspondence, or whatever you would call us, author of all sorts of fantastic books on geography and interstate relations in general, and somebody who's been trying to make sense of these developments as they've been going on. I'm going to go left to right here, so let's start with you, Will. I mean, I guess looking at what we've seen in the past 2.5 months, is it to an extent sort of good news and bad news for Western defence? Good news in the sense that our approach to things like combined operations or the fusion of intelligence and those sorts of things looks to be much better than that of the Russians. Bad news in the sense we'd run out of ammunition in 2 or 3 days.
Well, I suppose I'd start off by saying, you know, you've got to put this crisis into context and put defence planning into context. So you go all the way back to the 2010 Strategic Defence and Security Review, where we were saying, you know, confidently, no major state threat at present. No state currently has the combination of capability and intent needed to pose a conventional threat to the territorial integrity of the UK. So 12 years ago. We then stepped through a series of events, Russia invading Crimea in 2014. We take account of that in the 2015 review, where we get back into state-based threats really being a big deal, all the way through to the 2021 integrated review, where we're saying Russia continues to pose the greatest nuclear, conventional, military and sub-threshold threat to European security. So quite a journey, I think, over 10 years. And that manifests itself in what we're planning for. So in 2010, we're planning to be able to roll multi-brigade of forces through Afghanistan, because that was what was on our minds, and international terrorism was the thing. By 2015, we were back to war fighting at scale being the kind of thing we needed to challenge. And then, as you say, Mark, we're now into complex multi-domain operations against aggressive state-based actors. And that manifests itself, doesn't it, in the way that budgets, capabilities, plans come together. So from taking 8% out of the defence budget in 2010, we then start to increase the budget from 2015 onwards, and then there's the huge influx in 2020, the 16th or 24. And I put it that way just to kind of put this thing into historic context, and to say that over the last 10 years, 12 years, we've been rebuilding our defence planning, we've been rebuilding our defence capabilities. So the three sort of headmark joint forces that we were asserting we would build in 2020, 2025, 2030, I would contend have most of the right characteristics associated with them. But your point, I think, is well made. It's something James and I were just talking about, to say this needs and needed to happen more quickly than it currently has. So the reasonably well documented shortage of munitions, has been a thing for several years, and it's not just munitions, it's fighting vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. So there are clear capability shortfalls, but if you put this into the sort of, the historic context, I would say that we have built the capabilities that we would require, by and large, if this crisis continues to unfold.
Thank you very much, Will. General, I mean, I look at this, what we've seen, and in a sense, a reminder of the First and Second World War artillery the big killer. Shocking in a way. I mean, I reckon at least 20,000 military dead, probably double that civilians, leveled towns. But I wonder, for you, what are the standout impressions of this sort of re-emergence of state-to-state warfare in Europe, and how do you interpret what's happened?
Well, it is, reading my New York Times this morning, there was a Ukrainian major describing it as a war of precision and a war of artillery. And I think the big lesson you take is while you're drawn to new ways of warfare, the old ones don't disappear, and that is a challenge. And I could talk to NATO. I mean, NATO don't have a formal approach to Ukraine because Ukraine's not a NATO member. Indeed, NATO would say that Ukraine's not a crisis because that allows them to use the peacetime plans and measures they have to cohere alliance activity. I think they've got some very good plans for the future that we could talk about if you like. But when it comes to Ukraine, we're currently, I think, observers. Giving them enough not to lose, not enough to do much more with, and we'll see where it goes. But I think the big point is that the pattern of war hasn't changed. And when you look at things like the integrated review, which was, I think, pretty widely applauded in the alliance for its intellectual rigour. They didn't always like the punchlines, but you would think that we now had to go back and revisit this, not just in the light of Ukraine, but the lessons learned from Afghanistan, and indeed NATO's future plans for the deterrence and defence of the Euro-Atlantic area.
Helen, I mean, a lot of people put the emphasis on economic action, both to avoid this, the threat of sanctions, and now to sort of end it on terms that would be to Russia's disadvantage. I mean, to what extent do you think that's viable, and to what extent do you think the underlying geopolitical realities, energy and all the rest of it, will dictate the outcome?
Well, I think we have to distinguish between two different things here, where energy sanctions are concerned, or perhaps even three different things. The first of them is that I think that Putin has been taken aback that there have been any energy sanctions at all. So, the fact that the US and the UK made a relatively quick commitment to cut out Russian oil, and the fact that the fifth round of the EU sanctions included an outright coal ban. But on the other hand, he might have been shocked by that, but I don't see any evidence that this has actually changed any calculation that he's made during the course of the war. So then the question would become, if the EU really can put in place an oil sanctions agreement, and there's not such an agreement yet, the discussions have been going on a long time, and if you listen to the language of the Hungarian government over the weekend, you wouldn't be particularly optimistic that the agreement is coming soon. But if that were to happen, would that make a difference? And I think the difficulty here is even at best, we'd be talking about trying to phase out all Russian petroleum products, and that crucially involves diesel, only by the end of the year. So how does that sort of change anything over in the immediate term? That allows Russia the possibility of improving its capacity to export more petroleum products to Asian countries, though the shipping costs of that are quite considerable. Extra shipping costs are quite considerable from the Russian point of view. It seems to me that the only thing that could really deliver would be something that was done quickly, would be an immense shock, not just to Western economies, but to the entire world economy, and citizen. We'd all have to be prepared for that, and that I think has the possibility of changing, or at least making Putin reconsider. On the other hand, the counterpart to that would be, well, if he's going to do that, they would also have to come off quite quickly, and I don't think that they would have to come off quite quickly as well, because I don't think the world economy can withstand it and the sacrifices that would be required for very long. I think there is a medium-term to long-term issue, though, which is the way in which it is the sanctions and the atmosphere around the sanctions has made it much more difficult for Western oil companies, Total Energies accepted, to stay in Russia. and that will have an impact, because Russia's future as an energy, well, at least as an oil-producing power, depends on them developing alternatives to the Western Siberian oil fields, which have probably peaked in terms of their output. They need Western capital and technology to do that, particularly where the possibility of developing shale is concerned. And it's not so clear to me that the Chinese and Japanese companies could provide that, and they're more willing to stay. So if we think of it as, do these sanctions make Russia's energy choices much more difficult in the medium term? I think very much so. Do they thus far change the course of the war? I think no.
Thank you very much, Tim. I mean, I guess one factor in that is that Western Europe is plumbed in to Russian energy. With your geographical hat on, to what extent do you think geography will define how this current round of fighting ends? And basically, it will be inevitable that a certain level of both commerce and other types of interstate relations with Russia, whether Putin stays or goes, will have to be part of what comes out of this.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. Geography underpins this, and I think it's the best example, and it will partially determine how it ends. The background being, I start by looking at the geography of a situation, layering on the history, and then laying on the politics, and then I think it comes together, and the real experts drill down. So the geography of Russia: no warm water port, Crimea, flat land in front of it, Ukraine and Belarus and Poland. It has been invaded through that direction for so many times over so many centuries, and genuinely does fear, I think wrongly, there's no justification, but it genuinely fears it, and that's the deep background to it. It, under someone like Putin, cannot allow a vibrant democracy which is looking westwards in Ukraine. So that's the geography of it, and then there's this history of them being invaded, and the low water mark for Putin was probably 1999, Kosovo, which we were both there. And it was Putin who whispered into Yeltsin's ear in '99 and said, "Get yourself to Pristina." And they came down from Bosnia and made themselves a player. I think that was the point where the tide stopped coming into Russia and they started pushing back out. And when you look at everything that is done on foreign policy, it is about pushing back out from Moscow, not just in front of them, but also further round to, well, actually 360 degrees they've been trying to push back out. And in 2014, they could only give themselves a small buffer zone and guarantee their warm water port, which the lease was up in 2042. And they've spent the last few years preparing to push that tide further out. And then, to everybody's surprise, they've come a cropper. Now, as for the geography of it now, again, the military experts will know more, but they struggled because through the Pripyat marshes, it was boggy, it was only frozen for a short period of time. General Frost was back in fashion and had a vote. Now, with the tank battles in the south, it's flatter, harder ground, and there's going to be some very tough fighting. And overall, the Americans, I think, when they went to Kyiv 3 weeks ago, Lloyd Austin went, and at that point I thought I saw a shift. The Americans have gone from containing the situation and managing the situation and giving the Ukrainians enough just to manage. I think they've made a strategic decision to now inflict a serious defeat upon Russia, and I think that Liz Truss's speech last week to the Mansion House put Britain on that same page. And this is, again, part of geography. At the biggest picture, the Americans have always intervened when they see one big dominant power trying to dominate the continent of Europe. If it looks like it's going to do it, they step in. They've done it again.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I just wondered, picking up from Tim's point there, almost about sort of war aims. I mean, it's still relevant to this question: how does it end? Yeah. And the West, and to what extent the West is willing to just carry on fueling Ukraine in its desire to retake all of its lost territory, even if that includes Crimea. I mean, is that a realistic and wise thing for Western countries to commit themselves to?
Well, it seems to me that we've got that there is still a need to try to reconcile what Ukraine is looking to get out of this, what British politicians and other Western politicians are saying, what's being said in the EU, what's being said in NATO. It doesn't seem to me to be something quite reconciled at the moment, and it's important. It's important that there is the best possible alignment on that, because it is the Ukrainians, it's Zelensky who's going to have to go to the table and do a deal. And there's an issue associated with this, isn't there, Mark, which is the growing risk of some sort of escalation of the crisis as Ukraine does begin to push back at that border. We've all been reading, haven't we, the kind of the nuclear doctrine, the nuclear policy that's been coming out, the increasingly assertive statements that Putin and others have been making, and measure that against the kind of the language on what is existential for Russia, exactly Tim's point. And you've got quite an unhealthy mix of issues there, which do require, it would seem to me, greater clarity than we have currently got about the reconciliation of Western and Ukrainian ends in order to see some sort of end to this.
When do you think that gets untangled or sharpened? Because an attack on Crimea is, I mean, if that's what the Ukrainians want to eventually press on and do, is a real red line for Russia, isn't it? It is now, as far as they're concerned, part of Russia.
Yeah, so I don't see how and when this does become untangled particularly. I mean, we were all, weren't we, listening with interest to the speech this morning. That doesn't seem to have gone anywhere particularly new.
No.
So that doesn't add very much to this. We've heard Zelensky being, increasingly emboldened, I think, by what is happening. But I don't think we've yet really heard, at least recently, what his goals are. Some weeks ago, they seemed to be, potentially more limited than perhaps they are becoming.
General, you said in your first answer the old ways of war have shown us that they're still very much part of the way that states, when they collide, will try and resolve huge questions like this. I just wondered, just picking up on what we were discussing with Will about the possible Ukrainian reconquest of lost territory. Firstly, whether you think they can. Are they capable of doing it? And whether, if they're not, some kind of stalemate does inexorably lead towards a negotiated outcome.
Well, it comes to that. When does this get untangled? I don't think it gets untangled until the current phase of the war stops. I think Putin's generals will still think that they can win in the east and establish a new front line along the river Dnieper, secure the south, and that would be their start point, I think, for that. But I look at the evidence, and I don't think that they can achieve that without escalating significantly conventionally, or potentially, some form of nuclear escalation, tactical nuke, not massive nuke. But again, I think for Putin, I mean, that would represent for me a failure at a grand strategic level. I think the consequences would be hugely negative, and so I hope he doesn't go there. But I think that we're at the start of a long war for Ukraine and a new Cold War for NATO. I don't think that Russia would allow Crimea to be retaken. I think that's just, I know people talk about it. It just seems very, very difficult to me. And when it comes to end states, I mean, we probably get a vote in the West because we're supporting them so much. But in the end, I think it has to be Ukraine that decides whether the end state is the status quo ante or something more or less than that. But I don't think that can be decided until we have a sort of pause in the battle at the end of this phase.
And Helen, if that does happen, say at some point later in the summer or something like that, you were talking about the facts of life as far as energy are concerned, the fact that there isn't any easy answer to this. There's been a lot of emphasis in the EU on looking for alternative sources of supply. To what extent have those things delivered by the end of summer or the end of the year? And to what extent does the energy dependence still define the outcome from a Western point of view?
I mean, I don't think that there's any way of changing the energy situation and the energy choices by the end of the year. And if you want to look at the one factor that tells us this most clearly at the moment, it's diesel. Diesel prices and gasoline prices are pretty much completely separated from each other, and diesel prices are now at their highest ever level, and that is true despite the fact that the price of crude oil is about $70 a barrel cheaper than it was at the previous height of crude oil in the middle of 2008. Then when you throw in that diesel is the fuel that basically keeps the supply chains of the world economy going through shipping and trucking, that this is a massive issue. I think in terms of alternative supplies and the situation for European countries, particularly where gas is concerned, is what we need to understand is that once Germany next year, or from its point of view hopefully next year, is able to import liquid natural gas, so is able to import seaborne gas and move away from pipelined gas from Russia, which is a very significant proportion obviously of its gas imports, that is going to be a pretty massive shock to world gas markets, because there has not been a world gas markets in which Germany does this. And 2021 had already seen a huge shock to natural gas markets, because China's demand for gas imports went up 20% in 2021, causing huge price shock, both for Europe and for Asian countries. Europe for those countries that were importing liquid natural gas. So I just don't think we can underestimate how difficult this energy situation is. Now, that doesn't mean that we should just say, okay, we can't, have objectives. We in the West can't have objectives that are supportive of Ukraine, but we must do so with open eyes about what the energy consequences of what we're doing are, and then have strategies for dealing with that. And that's probably going to mean, like looking at, significantly reduced energy consumption.
Thank you. Tim, I mean, we've been talking a bit about does this stutter to a halt later in the summer or later this year? And I suppose what I sense is in the West, a lot of people yearning for signs that either Putin will be finished by this and overthrown, or in some ways so weakened, I suppose it's the Lloyd Austin line, that he never thinks of doing anything like this again. But I wonder to what extent, regardless of what happens to Putin personally, the geopolitics and the underlying attitudes in Russia will mean that the threat does not disappear, or even that a leader worse than Putin, in the sense of being more nationalistic and doing what the army thinks is necessary to subjugate Ukraine, might emerge.
Yeah, just as Trump did not come out of nowhere, the conditions of it produced him. And just as when Xi and Modi have disappeared, the Himalayas will still be there. These underlying things that we discussed at the beginning are still in place, whether it's Putin or not Putin. Now, if there was a genuine, like a Czechoslovakia situation after the fall of the wall, where you get someone like Václav Havel emerging and leading Czechoslovakia and now the two countries into democracy, liberal democracy, then Russia could take a different turn. But there's been no period in Russian history when they've really had civil society, especially once you moved outside of the two main cities. They've never really had democracy. So I don't see what would produce a Havel in Russia. So consequently, take Putin out of the picture, you might get a temporary solution. But I don't think there is a solution to this as long as Russia is the type of country that it is, and that is manufactured by its geography and its history. And I personally think this will go on all year. I think the economics of it are very just as equally as important, if not more important than the military. And it never finished after 2014. There's actually been fighting constantly for the past 8 years, more than that now. So basically, it doesn't finish until Russia changes, and Russia isn't changing.
I'm going to open this up at about 10 past to fulfill my commitment to giving you guys half the session in terms of questions. So what I want to do in the last portion of this is be, in a sense, more detailed or literal about lessons for Western defence, and maybe start off, well, with the idea of kind of revisiting defence reviews. I mean, I was in Kiev until a couple of days before the war started. There was a day when the ATMs weren't working, one or two other things happened, and people said, oh yeah, this is the cyber attack. And then they were back on in 3 hours, and I thought to myself, is this it? Is this what all these experts in various departments and think tanks have been telling us about for years? Is this, or have we not seen it? And those other types of warfare that have been very much emphasised in the latest review, should we be just pausing a little bit and thinking about, you know, numbers of missiles we've got, or numbers of F-35s, mass, I suppose, is the crude term, before investing quite so fully in those, I guess, non-kinetic or other domains?
Well, I think cyber, you know, hasn't featured as widely in this crisis as many of us expected to. Of course, we won't necessarily be seeing, you know, some of the behind-the-scenes things that are happening inside. But, you know, and of course, it's a relatively new domain. You know, it's still developing as an art. So I don't think we have yet seen enough to conclude that, you know, cyber hasn't had a role, won't have an increasing role as we go forward. But I think your wider point about the need to run a rule again over where we got to in the latest review feels to me to be right. I heard Tony Radican and David Williams from the MOD doing a thing at the IFG a couple of weeks ago, where I thought that they were actually quite measured and were sort of saying, you know, it's too soon to rush into this, but, you know, it's all very well to run through the series of reviews that I described, you know, using a set of planning assumptions that we might be in a big scrap. This is now changing. We're not yet in a big scrap, but the situation is a lot worse in terms of stability and security in Europe than we were expecting. So I think it does require, you know, and James will speak to this, looking again at some of the choices that were made on platforms, numbers of platforms. As you say, you know, this has been very largely a missile war, hasn't it? We've known for a long time that munition stockpiles are low. You know, we're scrambling now to restock
make some more, yeah.
To make some more. But as you say, it's also about, you know, whether the platforms that we're developing and bringing into service are the right ones. This debate about mass, I think, is really interesting and really important. A lot of people I know are moving very quickly to say, huge mistake to reduce the size of the army to where it is, and, you know, we must begin to recruit a bigger army from now on. To which I sort of say, well, maybe, you know, not yet proven.
Picking up Will's description of this as a missile war, does investing a huge amount in a carrier that has to be really quite close to the enemy coastline because of the range of its aircraft make sense to you now, General? Or equally tanks, or equally manned aircraft, the things that in a way define the culture of our armed forces, those prestige platforms, do they look vulnerable now?
I mean, I was down in Portugal last week at Striking Force NATO, looking at the lessons they learned from integrating the Harry S. Truman into the NATO order of battle. I mean, you know, these are aircraft based in the Adriatic, which are striking targets in Estonia. I mean, they make a huge difference. And so, you know, you definitely need aircraft carriers. As I made the point, I mean, these new ways of warfare are right, just you can't forget the old ones. You need troops to seize and hold ground, you need troops for urgent fighting, and you need huge quantities of artillery and rocket ammunition. And I mentioned it earlier, I mean, I think, you know, the integrated review was people liked its intellectual rigor, they just didn't like the punchlines, you know, configuring to operate below the threshold of warfare and returning to warfighting at graduated readiness, a modern division in 10 years. and of course a reduction of combat power to NATO, which doesn't make sense, I think, given the fact that our leaders have signed up to a new concept for the deterrence and defence of the Euro-Atlantic area. And I'll just, it's based on a very simple idea, that in order to deter, you have to unambiguously demonstrate the ability to defend, and defence requires you to control geographic areas and the domains of warfare simultaneously. So it's a very simple idea, but it needs combat power to make it work.
And hugely expensive, of course. Helen, you've been very direct about the dependencies, diesel fuel, the gas infrastructure, the other things that mean, with one bound, Europe cannot be free in this sense. I mean, to what extent can you be prescriptive and say, what would help? What should Europe as a collective be doing in the coming months to try and change the calculus?
Well, I think that the energy transition is obviously part of this, but at the same time we need to understand the ways in which the present tense situation with fossil fuel energy is itself a constraint on the energy transition, because very high fossil fuel energy prices mean that the inputs for the energy transition for green energy are more expensive than they would otherwise be. And nothing that's happening with the war changes in some sense, the physical difficulties of the energy transition. It doesn't in itself provide the technological breakthroughs that are necessary where storage are concerned. I mean, the thing that I think in some sense is positive or encouraging about where we now are on the energy side is that I think all illusions that people had about energy and its importance, or i.e. denying its importance, in every respect have shattered. It's shattered geopolitically, because nobody's any longer going to say that dependence on Russian energy is of no geopolitical consequence. You didn't need too much, I think, paying attention to this to understand the ways in which Putin was deliberately creating, reinforcing European energy dependency through the last couple of decades, and the way in which he was using the pipelines for that. I think that nobody can any longer have any illusions about the fact that there are some structural reasons why the prices of oil and gas, and perhaps surprisingly coal, were actually as high as they are, and that was true in the autumn before the war came. And I also don't think anybody can any longer think that you can kind of separate out those energy issues from the energy transition, that what everybody has to do, all governments have got to do, is find a coherent energy strategy that deals with all aspects of the energy situation as a whole. And I think that the space for doing that is greater actually than it was before the war.
Because minds have been focused. Yeah. Tim, I'm going to ask you one last question, and then we'll throw it open, which is, I mean, you don't just do geography, you do all sorts of aspects of human interaction. I'm thinking about lessons, and do we change things? And at times in this, it's occurred to me that Putin going for professional armed forces was in a way a massive self-own, because he now faces this dilemma: do I have to mobilise the country, which he's politically very reluctant to do? And our Western countries, I mean, we see now Ukraine able to mobilise literally hundreds of thousands of people. We look at Finland and say, well, the great thing about Finland is they have a system where from a standing army of 22,000, they can go up to hundreds of thousands. And indeed, Poland has tried to have a sort of hybrid system. Is there a lesson there, even for a country like this one, which traditionally doesn't engage in prolonged continental wars and think it needs lots of military man and woman power?
No.
No, you think it's not, it doesn't read across. Well, expand.
No, because, and this takes us back to cyber, the mistake by Putin is not that he doesn't have a conscript army, it's just that they have used the army that they have incredibly badly.
Yes.
It talks about, I saw some footage the other day of some tyres on one of the armoured vehicles. It had USSR on it. They're using tyres that are 40 years old to fight a war in 2022. That's one of the reasons they're losing, not because they don't have a conscript army. It makes sense for Finland and the Baltics. I think Lithuania has conscription now. reintroduced it a few years ago. It doesn't make sense for us. And going back to cyber, because that's part of this answer, I think they haven't used it because it's held in reserve. They are very good at it, but so is Ukraine, but also so is the United States and increasingly the UK. And I don't know the degree of plausible deniability we could have, but there is a price to pay for fighting cyber war. In the longer term, we are in this movement where mass is still important. I suspect mass will always be important, but mass is increasingly controlled by cyber, and anyone who doesn't put money into that is going to lose.
Great, thank you. Do we have roving microphones? Yes, we do, on each flank. The gentleman at the back on this side was the first person I saw raising his hand. So let's open it up, and we've got...
Very much. Hello, Mark. I'm David Loyne, former colleague from the BBC.
Put my glasses on.
Now visiting senior fellow here at King's. And I want to go back to a comment that Will Jessett made right at the beginning about the pivot from Afghanistan to state-on-state warfare in this last decade. And of course, the attack on Crimea in 2014 came coincidentally with the end of NATO combat operations in Afghanistan. And I wonder if we're in danger in moving towards tanks and big mobile armies, which armies feel very comfortable in training for, in losing the lessons of Afghanistan and losing the lessons of counterinsurgency and these complex interventions which we've fought over the last 20 years and may well have to fight again.
Is that directed?
It's principally at Will, but I'd like to hear the General's comments as well.
Yeah. Well, so we spent a lot of time, didn't we, thinking about what happened in Afghanistan and what went well and what went badly. And, let's bear in mind, how it ended, and let's be realistic about, what sort of conflict it was. But, James will recall just how much effort went into thinking through the lessons that we picked out of the successful parts of the counterinsurgency operation. So kind of, very strongly, I think, embedded into British military doctrine and certainly informed all the work that has happened since. So the big policies that get most focus out of the most recent reviews are, the white papers themselves. But it was an integrated operating concept that was published as a prelude to the integrated review and the command paper that are in many ways the most interesting. And they do, as you've said, Mark, take us a long way into, sub-threshold and, grey zone and cyber and space and all of that. But that's not all they do. I think those documents are actually quite sober about the sorts of conflicts that we'll need to get into, and they certainly don't expect that we're not going to get into further, difficult counterinsurgency style operations into the future. I don't think that they're immediately foreseeable, but I don't think they're ruled out either. So I think the picture is rather better than us, simply forgetting the hard-won, hard-learned lessons about Afghanistan. It does feel to me like the essence of those has been incorporated into that updated doctrine. But Jane.
So start with the return to collective defence and big armies. I think these armies won't fight the way that armies have been fighting, even as we're seeing, at the moment. This is the era of multi-domain operations. It's not yet working as we want it to, but we will get there. And what you might call distributed mission command. In the old days, as a tank commander, if you penny package your forces, people would condemn you. But now you penny pack it to survive, and you're given huge autonomy. And you don't concentrate force to kill the enemy, you concentrate fires to kill the enemy. And I think it's interesting that how do we judge progress in this war? We judge it by the land that is seized and is held. And to seize and hold land, you need large numbers of troops. And to manoeuvre troops around the battlefield in a way that they can win the fight and survive still requires combined arms groupings, just cleverly used. So we'll screen with drones and clear with artillery. Your distributed mission command, much smaller packets of forces. All these ideas are are in the process of being delivered. You know, the 3rd Division last year was in America experimenting on many of these things. And cyber, of course, will play a big part. And there's a very good, if you haven't seen it, Microsoft open source report on the use of cyber in this campaign. And there has been significant use of destructive cyber by the Russians against the Ukrainians. And chatting to a Ukrainian the other day, he described that you needed a can-do attitude. And I think that is quite interesting, that can-do attitude has made it seem to us as though there hasn't been any cyber. But there has. There's been a lot. It's a very good report. But it just tells me it's not quite the decisive arm that some of us hope it is going to be. On lessons learned to Afghanistan, I mean, you know, I think there is lots to learn there. I think in capacity building in particular. And there's a very good NATO report that's just about to go to production, which sort of says that capacity building in support of fragile, you know, sovereign states doesn't work very well. Yeah.
I would have thought, David, that all that investment in hunting terrorists, fusion of intelligence, ISTAR, all those other things, is one of the paybacks, isn't it, for the war on terror? If you look at the number of Russian generals who've...
But that's the point, that those skill sets get built into your model for collective defence and warfighting.
It was a 20-year campaign, and we didn't know in 2001 any of the lessons that we knew in 15 years later, and I just fear that we might be losing some of those more complex lessons that aren't as technical, but they're about, you know, troops on the ground and counterinsurgency and how you work, how you fight wars among the people. My fear.
Thanks, David. Suzanne Rain, who's sitting in the midst, right in the centre, in the most hard-to-reach position for any microphone wielder.
Thank you, Mark. Suzanne Rain, I'm a visiting professor at King's and also with Mark on the board of the Imperial War Museum. I have a question about capability. We talk, particularly at the moment, about materiel as a capability and about building materiel capacity. And obviously, in the middle of the war, that's the thing that you see. But the bit that sits behind that, and arguably before that, is the decision-making capability and decision-making capacity. And part of that is actually built into the integrated review in a way, but also you could argue that it's at the heart of some of the things that Will was talking about do we have the best alignment in Europe in terms of what we think we should be doing next. And if you're talking about deterrence, deterring Russia, you have to be thinking, how do we alter Putin's risk calculus? So all of that is essentially about how we think and how we project our thoughts in a credible way. So I'd be really interested in your views on what more could be done to improve decision-making capability and capacity in the UK, but also very much in NATO and in Europe, so that we can really affect, as Helen was saying, you know, we haven't seen really anything that we've done on the economic side yet change how Putin's thinking. How could we improve that? Thank you.
Who'd like to?
Well, I'll have a
jump in initially.
I'll have a quick go at it and say, you know, I don't know, as a matter of fact, you know, where the decision making is being done in the UK on this. I assume very largely through the NSC or some sort of small group of the NSC, where you would need to bring, you know, everybody together, including, very importantly, the energy component of this. And in the national debate, that doesn't yet seem, I think, to have featured, you know, as widely as maybe we should expect for the reasons Helen's spoken about. But it's how you then sort of, the point I was getting to on war aims, I suppose, is how do you then align that better, you know, across Western nations? Because, again, James and I were talking on the way in and saying, you know, there's been reasonable, I think, American leadership on this, but, you know, you've had American positioning, you've had something different in the EU, you've had something quite different in NATO and something different here. So there doesn't really seem to be a multinational, multilateral forum in which you're really bringing together, you know, key decision makers to talk about those big issues, the kind of, you know, the war aims and all of that. You know, you're still doing G7, you're still doing all these kind of groupings, but they're, at this stage in something that's important as this, one would have thought by now there would be a kind of a bespoke piece of international machinery and maybe a bespoke piece of national machinery. Maybe there are both, but I can't see what they are.
A sort of contact group.
Yes.
Helen, did you want to come in on the deterrence point? I mean, clearly Putin was not deterred because he didn't believe the threat.
All I would say is this is, I think, where the energy sanctions are concerned, the only possibility to change the calculus is something that's very drastic and very quick. Because anything that allows Russia a longer period of adjustment, which means essentially replacing European market share with a higher Asian market share, I think at least allows him to think that the risks of continuing are worth it. What we have to understand, though, is that anything that would change his calculus in terms of the size of the energy sanctions and the immediacy of them would be a seismic shock to the world economy. And you have a number of developing countries in the world that are already on the precipice where a set of issues around fuel and food are concerned. So to take that as the option, and I'm not saying it should be ruled out, but there has to be a strategy for what that means too. Now, I have no idea how these things are thought about in the people who are making the decisions in the UK, but I slightly worry that it can be seen that the decision making can be, what's the way of putting this, not sufficiently focused on the worldwide consequences.
Economic,
of
so a sort of contact group, but with an element is what's needed to sort of but with an economic element as well as a strategic and political element. Next question, yes, the woman there who's, we've just about got the microphone in time there to...
Hi, my name is Christine Chang. I am a lecturer here in the Department of War Studies, and I have a simple question for you. Do you think military escalation is basically inevitable? And I ask that just with a bit of background framing. So the way that I see this playing out is basically that Putin is backed into a corner. This has become essentially an existential fight for him. And then on the NATO side, it has also become, we have turned it into an existential fight, both for ourselves and also for Putin. And it's obviously an existential fight for Ukraine. There is now no incentive for anybody to back down. That whole structure of peaceful negotiation has fallen away now. It feels like we're in for a very long insurgency, as some of you have already indicated. But is there a peaceful way out? Is there a different way out? I know that's a really hard question, but I'm hoping some of you can imagine a different way out, because I personally can't, and I'm looking for a little bit of hope here.
Tim, do you want to give hope?
The moment you said it was a very simple question, I thought, no, it isn't. There is a way out, sure, and it's compromise, but that's in short supply. We saw when Erdogan and Bennett and Macron and others were trying to put together some sort of compromise deal about 3 weeks in, the vague outlines of what could be achieved. And that would be something along the lines of February the 24th, which is a bit of a problem for Putin. But if you can manufacture it, if you can lie convincingly enough that he got something out of it, you could go back more or less to February 24th. He definitely keeps Crimea, various beautifully crafted, worded statements that allow him to sell something. But that's the only way. And no, I'm not hopeful.
I think Putin is in trouble, as we said, as you said. I think when Finland and Sweden join NATO, he's in even more trouble because, he is trying to stop NATO expansion and palatably has failed. So I think in Ukraine, his only way out is to escalate. I don't think NATO are yet caught in that trap. I think NATO haven't needed to make a decision yet. It's not a crisis for NATO at the moment, and building up to the summit in June, I think they will form an opinion and give it. And NATO spent a lot of time working on their decision-making. Coming back to your earlier question, decision-making at the speed of relevance is a big subject. And actually, although we all tick about it, when you look at the evidence, every time they are presented with an immediate challenge, they make a decision. You know, it's pretty good. I think our challenge, though, is the fact that many people have never been through this before. You know, understanding the theory of deterrence. I mean, people are terrified of provoking Putin, but if you're not prepared to escalate when you deter, you can't. You know, so I think it's education of our leaders is one of the challenges. But I think, you know, NATO haven't had to make a decision yet. As I said, I think when the current phase of the war runs its course, you know, I think NATO can then decide what its strategy is going to be.
Yeah, I suppose the other potentially difficult conversation in NATO, in terms of the sort of compromise that you were talking about, Tim, is at what point does pressure get put on Ukraine?
Yeah.
Not to accept the permanent loss of...
Or to accept.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Or to accept.
Yeah,
well, but either way, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be pressure on Ukraine at some point either way.
Yeah. And certainly in the days running up to the war in Kiev, I heard a lot of resentment that Scholz and Macron had tried to put pressure on Zelensky to concede something in Donbass or somewhere else. So even the idea of it was really violently opposed, I think, in Kiev at that time. And of course, since then, they've achieved extraordinary things. This gentleman here had a question. Yeah, I think he's raised his hand, so you can probably see. I don't know, I can be held guilty of favouring this side of the room, and the other microphone wielder has had no actual battle experience yet. So, there's someone there. But so we'll this one first, and then Paul, I think it is, at the top there.
Neil Collins, I'm a financial journalist. I have a question for Professor Thompson. I think that a tax on Russian oil and gas, where the proceeds are paid to the IMF, would mean that there's never going to be a shortage of it, but it would start to produce a very substantial sum which could be used for rebuilding Ukraine. It would demonstrate how much of the world is prepared to pay up for Russian gas, and also gives a huge incentive to find alternative supplies. And it wouldn't matter if the whole world didn't join in. If the major Western countries did, that would be sufficient. I think at the moment you can buy Russian oil at about a $35 a barrel discount from the world price, which gives you some idea of the amount of money that could be available. And best of all, it would make Putin absolutely furious.
Well, I mean, I definitely think there's got to be, you know, creative thinking, because as we both, I think, agreed that the supply side of it, particularly in the short term, is really, really difficult. I think, though, you still got to be really clear about what your objectives are with this. I mean, it'd be one thing to say, okay, we're doing this because it will, when peace, whenever it comes, or relative peace, finance Ukraine's recovery. But do you think that that makes any difference to Putin's calculus right now? I mean, it can infuriate him without changing anything in his strategic judgment about what he's doing. And I think the question still has to be, are Western countries really serious about energy sanctions actually as something that changes Putin's calculus? And if so, that needs to be thought through in terms of what the implications are for the world economy. Now, I'm not saying that finding some extra money for Ukraine, financing it for the future, is insignificant. I'm just saying I think it's a secondary question to whether any of us think that energy sanctions can actually change the outcome of this war.
Paul at the back there,
yeah. Yeah, another ex-colleague, Mark. What are we learning? Well, a straight question. What is the optimum size of a deterrent force that we're going to have to deploy? If we presume that the conflict gets frozen in place, the Russian army remains something like what it is, Russian armed forces, what size do people think a NATO force is going to have to be? And in the context of that, what are we learning about the way the Ukrainian system works? So you've got reserves, paramilitary National Guard, and professional army interoperating. Are any lessons emerging from that, early though it is?
It's a very good question. I think as NATO now move to implement this new concept that I've talked about, it's accompanied by another bit of work called the new force structure work, which tries to much more cleverly integrate the forces of all the allies. You know, at the moment people contribute forces to NATO and they keep perhaps a separate bit for themselves. The idea here is that actually in large parts your forces are part of the NATO response. So I don't think we know the answer to that question yet, particularly because, of course, we now recognise in the future that you can have significant effects in individual domains, be they maritime strike, airstrike, you know, space targeting, all these sort of things. So it's a very good question. I think I would have thought there'll be an answer in June if it's requested, but probably not until then. And what do you learn about Ukraine? Well, for this sort of war, you learn that the combined arms grouping is still important, and it's very interesting to see some of their tank brigades have 3 tank regiments and 3 artillery regiments. You know,
so
the
Ukrainian
weight of
or Russian?
Ukrainian, sorry.
Right.
You know, the weight of artillery that they can bring to bear. Now, of course, cued shooter to sensor very quickly by drones has been the battle winner, as someone said. I mean, NLAWs, javelins, yes, they're having an effect, but what's really killing people is artillery.
So we need more of it.
We need more of it, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Paul. Another gentleman here.
Andrew Adamson, ex-armed forces, now work in the defence industry. I'm wondering what the panel, or the extent to which they think that this is an opportunity to recalibrate the relationship between the armed forces and governments and industry. I'm thinking particularly in terms of partnerships between the customer and industry on setting requirements, weapon stocks and dynamic stockpiling, that sort of thing, and also attitudes towards sovereignty of defence R&T and how much of that we ought to be outsourcing and how much of it should be sovereign. Thanks.
It seems to me that the answer to all of that is there in the fairly recently published Defence and Security Industrial Strategy. I think the need is simply now to get on and deliver that, because the questions you're asking kind of, you know, are as old as the hills, aren't they? I mean, for as long as I've been doing this, which is, you know, 30 plus years, we've been talking about the need for stronger, more strategic, more trustful relationships between government, between the department, the armed forces and defence industry. And I think, you know, realistically one has seen quite a lot of progress against that, but the fact that we're still publishing things like the industrial strategy and saying there is need to do more in this, you know, demonstrates just that point. Of course, there's big machinery being built in government to do this now. I think that this crisis will accelerate the pressure to do this much more quickly, as you were saying earlier, Mark. I mean, this is kind of, you know, in munitions in particular, you know, we're now having to kind of go very, very quick on this, and very much like, you know, urgent operational requirements in previous campaigns, we're rather good at doing this when we really need to do this. We're much less good at doing it when there's not pressure on it. So surely a big part of the answer is to, you know, capitalise on what we're learning out of what's being done in the context of this current crisis, and applying that logic straight away to doing exactly what you're describing.
Time is almost run away from us, but we're going to take two final questions. So we'll take them both at the same time, and then we'll field those two questions. So please.
Hi, I'm Ian Matheson, a retired former Foreign Service officer, British Foreign Service officer. My question really is about the future of Russia. I was struck by Tim Marshall's gloom about this, which I think most of us would probably share to some extent. But it does make me think the title is really a title that asks the defense of Europe against Putin or against any likely successor to Putin. And I wonder really, if that's a realistic end. I'm sorry the Ukrainian ambassador's not here, but I'd like to know what the Ukrainians think the future of Russia is. I wonder if there are Ukrainians in the audience who could tell us that. But there might be scope for a little bit more optimism and a little bit more sort of creative policy making about how to deal with Russia in order to will the ends that would be better than most of us are now expecting. The Cold War, as I remember, Cold War I ended much, much more suddenly than people at the time expected. And I don't think we should rule out that changes could happen very quickly. I just wonder if any on the panel know what the Ukrainian view of the future of Russia is.
Okay, great questions.
Robert Tyler from New Direction, the Foundation for European Reform. I just want to ask the panel very quickly about resilience. Obviously, we see in the defense concepts of countries like Poland and the Baltic states a huge emphasis on this. By example, in Latvia's 2020 defense concept, they even outlined the role of the church, the government, universities, and primary schools.
All right.
Why in the West do we not have a sort of similar
concept? All right, well, let's, shall we do Russia with Tim, and then we'll see because we've got about 3 minutes, I think.
I live in hope, but not expectation of things getting better. I was with the Ukrainian ambassador last week because he was kind enough to ask me to host the charity event where Zelensky's fleece was sold for auctioned for £90,000. A quick aside on that one. Boris Johnson was there as well, and I was supposed to be introducing him, and this was election night. And he swept in, was supposed to come on the stage within 2 minutes, speak for 2 minutes, and go. But Zelensky, we couldn't get him up for 20 minutes. So Johnson is standing there. Now, you know his life. It's lived in 10-minute chunks. I think it says an awful lot that he stood there ruffling his hair for 20 minutes, was patient enough. And I know it's a sort of anecdote, but it does show you the resolve and the relationship. Yeah. Sorry, briefly on that, well, I'll try to be brief on Russia. Again, you just look back at the geography and the history, look back at what happened after the Cold War. Why are they going to change? I hope they do. As for resilience, I think NATO is now, again, back in fashion, found its raison d'etre. I think that Scholz will look at Macron's strategic resilience and think it's not going to be very resilient. So I think Germany, if it's going to spend this 100 billion, which it says it is, will spend it mostly within the NATO framework, and that is aimed, sadly, it's not aimed eastwards, its defensive shield is eastwards.
Just so I think on Russia, I mean, I deal with the Ukrainian military, so I mean, at the moment they're very in the moment. So the only good Russian's a dead Russian, and perhaps more refined views will come over time, but I don't know. And on resilience, of course, again, NATO leaders have signed up to some pretty hard-nosed, resilience objectives and enhanced resilience objectives in recent summits. Actually, the UK resilience doctrine is very good. Well, how far down that line we are, I don't know. But I think it is interesting. I mean, Tim alluded to this. I mean, UK don't tend to educate their populations on the true nature of the threat, unlike perhaps Finland and Sweden and Estonia, which makes, I think, delivery of some of these things much more difficult.
Thank you all very much indeed. So we are out of time for this session. There is a 20-minute break now. We hope that we may have the Ukrainian ambassador with us, but we certainly have another great session to follow after 11. So I look forward to seeing you all back, and please join me in thanking our fantastic I'm just slightly chivying you all along because I don't want the time to run away with us on this session. So session number 2 is more focused on the European dimension, how Europe responds to this crisis and what could be done to respond better to this crisis and what kind of new security order might emerge in the European context from this. So we've got a fantastic panel. And I hope you'll join me in welcoming them on stage now. On they come. Oh. Yes. Please. Right.
Is there a seating order?
Yes, Anna, well, why don't you go to the far seat, Anna, and then Beatrice and Elizabeth? Yes. Fabian, I guess, if you come in. And then we'll leave. So General Adrian Bradshaw is not here yet. He's being decorated, apparently, not with a icing sugar or something like that, but a Belgian medal. So we'll get to Adrian in a bit if he appears. General Bradshaw, I should say, probably. So first on stage, Anna Fotyga, who was a foreign minister of Poland, and senior European politician who, unsurprisingly, given her background, has been keeping a close eye on the Russian threat for many a year. Then we've got Professor Beatrice Hauser, historian, political scientist, and somebody who's worked in NATO, looking at these, and at King's. So you've got the benefit of the home audience. Elizabeth Braw, journalist and scholar specialising in deterrence. You were at RUSI, weren't you? And now at the American Enterprise Institute, and has just flown in. So thank you very much, Elizabeth, for coming in. And I should say by origin Swedish, in case the question turns to the Nordic flank of NATO or whatever. We can get some expert, expert opinion on that. And then finally, Dr. Fabian Zuleg, Chief Executive and Chief Economist of the European Policy Centre in Brussels, specialist on EU and EU accession, but also, of course, from Germany, and able to look at that country and its obviously key importance in defining what goes ahead. Well, let's kick off with Anna Fotyga, because Anna, you know, I guess that if you're Polish, a lot of people will have been saying, particularly since 2008 in Georgia or 2014 in Crimea and Donbass, look, this is a thing that needs to be urgently addressed, and with varying results among European countries. Some, I think, probably preferred to ignore it. So do you think now there can be no further argument about this, or do you think there are still some European countries who don't understand the magnitude of this and the type of change that needs to happen?
Well, allow me to start with thanking UK for this stance, for actually for many years already, and in particular in recent times. I think it is over political divisions in the country, or over political opinions in this country. I think that in terms of perceiving the threat, the imminent threat from Russian Federation since beginning of previous year, and mounting of arms around Ukraine, Five Eyes. So the old alliance were right, and actually it was the most accurate assessment of the situation. In saying this, I would, I wonder, because listening to previous panel, I put the question how to deal with a country that is that develops like current Russian Federation, nurturing ages-old ideas, and it is not only Putin. because now this war in Ukraine is online, actually, and we see all effects of this war. So the neo-imperialism, that is legacy of older ideas, because for ages, being a Tsarist Russia, the Soviet Union, or the Russian Federation, modern Russian Federation, there is enormous expansion accompanied by unbelievable atrocities. When we see what happens in Ukraine and try to remember Chechnya, I was reminded about this. You know how they used to get Grozny, and now send Kadyrov to do same atrocities, exactly same atrocities. So extermination of those who are not willing to assimilate is part of policy. And the question is, when we deliberate how to build a strong security environment in such circumstances, the question is how to deal with a country nurturing old ideas, not reforming structures, because KGB guy runs this country, and he's not alone. Russia is like mafia-type country. The economy of Russia is fully regulated by colleagues of Putin, and these are links with the West, collective West. And this mafia has nuclear arms. Are we able to stop this once and for eternity?
It's a very good moment to bring in Beatrice then, in terms of, does Europe share that perception, those things we've been hearing from Anna? I mean, because in the past, obviously, there were differing responses based on geography, economy, energy, all the different interests, variable geometry. Can that survive? And is it inevitable that some countries will not feel that strongly, or do you think this is a true paradigm shift?
Remember Saint-Malo? Or the Brussels Treaty, or modified Brussels Treaty.
Let's bring in Beatrice.
We were able to say, or the West, collective West, was able to say at that time that military cooperation, close, between France and UK, possible.
Yeah,
possible, not only transatlantic links, should be accompanied by economic links, and I believe it, I'm economist in my background. It should be innovation cooperation, and so links are not sanctions. Again, to be cut are not
all right,
sanctions.
Anna, you've put your views over very clearly. Let's get a perspective from Beatrice on that.
One of the things that really surprises me is that we are no longer in an East-West ideological contest. And nevertheless, we find that there are people in the West and throughout the West that seem to be influenced by the Russian story, or that seem to buy into the Russian story. And I find that absolutely extraordinary. Also, there seems to be no proper line-up with particular ideologies. So you find in France, for example, both on the far right and on the far left, people who are very much in sympathy with Putin. How is that possible? You know, that's something that really astonishes me. And the other thing, you know, we have centers of excellence for strategic communication, all this sort of thing. We seem to have absolutely no way of affecting public opinion within Russia. in the Russian hinterland. I mean, now we have some access to academics and a very small elite in the Moscow and St. Petersburg cities. But the vast majority of the Russian population seems to have absolutely no exposure to an alternative story on this, whereas throughout the West there seem to be people who've got the exposure to the Russian story and buy into it, and I find that absolutely flabbergasting.
Elizabeth, I know you were looking a lot.
The open society and its enemies. That's what we're experiencing.
Absolutely.
And in terms of grey zone, I know previously when we appeared on a platform, you were talking a lot about that. I mean, this is, or whatever you want to call it, red zone. I mean, this is not about shades of grey in terms of the scale of the aggression and the scale of the shock. But does it shift relationships on meaningfully? Does it provide the necessary impetus to come out with a more coherent European response to threats from the East?
It does, and I'm going to be rude, Mark, because I've been told to talk into the microphone, not look at you.
No, please. It's very important for people at the back to hear you. No.
So, Mark, I think that the challenge is that we are so well set up militarily, but the weak part is our civil society. There was a fantastic quote in, I think, last week's New Yorker. Was the reporter had gone to Ukraine, or was based in the Ukraine. Was based in Ukraine, and nice to see you, Ambassador. And he happened to be at the gas station that was, or petrol station that was manned by volunteers who made sure that people didn't get more petrol than they were supposed to. And a car pulled up with Lithuanian license plates, and apparently that's something that it happens quite a bit in Ukraine. I'm not an expert on Ukrainian license plates, but apparently people do this. People register their cars elsewhere to save money. And so this volunteer at the petrol station said, no petrol for people who don't support our state. And I thought that was brilliant. And then he told the people in this car, support our army, support our people, then you get your petrol. And that's what it's about, right? I mean, our responsibility as citizens to support our country. And if we don't have that, then what's the point of having strong armed forces if behind them in our civil society we have this mush of people who may not feel any allegiance to our government, to our society more generally, and so are extremely receptive for what you, for example, just mentioned, Beatrice, and for other forms of aggression. And everybody admires Finland. Well, Finland has spent decades educating the population about national security threats, and as a result, they have, 77% of the population willing to defend the country with weapons, them personally defending the country with weapons, should they be asked to. Well, how do we get to that? I think it starts with feeling a commitment to society. And maybe this is an investigation for you, Mark, I would love to see an investigation into the connection between tax evasion and willingness to defend one's country. I promise you anything in Finland, they have low rates of tax evasion, but that's for you investigative journalists.
Thank you. Fabian, Germany, always so central to European debates, and hearing Elizabeth talk about attitudes there to defending the country, things like that, we know, and education, indeed, about national security threats, that is not the case in Germany, and the numbers are much lower of people who say they'd take a gun in their hand, as it were, to defend the country. How big a transformation do you think is necessary in terms of German attitudes? Because the Chancellor, in announcing changes, more defence spending, changing energy priorities, suggested that he was going to lead the country to a different place. Is that doable in the foreseeable future, do you think?
Well, I think, firstly, I would say that Germany has already changed a lot in the last weeks. There have been many taboos which have been broken. We shouldn't forget that for a long time Germany was told not to do these things. It was told that it could never engage again in any kind of military adventure. Yes, there was a change already over the last years, but it is still a major change, not only to policy, but also to the psyche of people. And there was a belief that Russia could be controlled through trade, through interdependence. Clearly, we now know that didn't work. But this is a big change which has to come. Now, there are some people in Germany who traditionally have believed in non-military means. So there is that peace movement which is saying that whatever has happened, the best way of addressing this is through peaceful means, but I think they are in the minority now. So we are seeing much more willingness to address this. We are seeing that German weapons are going to Ukraine, which is a major change. That's not to say more doesn't need to happen. Clearly, there is more which has to happen. But I think overall, actually, Germany is going in the right direction.
And a big recapitalization of the Bundeswehr and the, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, things we've known for quite a long time, which have to happen. But not only that, I think we have to look at the whole package. The sanctions, the energy sector, which is much more difficult for Germany and some Eastern European countries than for others. We have to look at also the response to the migration question. So it's the whole package. And in all of those areas, a lot has changed, not only in Germany, but across the European Union.
Thank you. We have now been joined by General Adrian Bradshaw, who, like General James Everard in the first panel, is a former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander and therefore very much steeped in the alliance management issues and questions of collective security. And so it's great to bring you in, General. Perhaps on this question, one or two of the panelists more or less say, well, we're kind of there on the military in terms of European, I guess, spending or force structure, but do you feel that there is an effective European military capability? Do you feel that NATO essentially can serve all the requirements of people in the European space? How do you see things developing in terms of concerting an improved collective response to what's happened in Ukraine?
Thanks for that. There's quite a lot in that question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But, firstly, I think we all need our Zeitenwende. And one is delighted to see the realization in Germany, which is not at all surprising, but I think collectively in Europe and in the transatlantic domain, we need that realization. But I was reflecting this morning that Mr. Putin has committed 2 heinous crimes with respect to Ukraine on the macro scale. One, of course, is embarking on this terrible war and unleashing this unacceptable aggression in the heart of Europe. But the other is in managing to lie to his own nation to quite such an extent and to get a nation to believe so many things which are fundamentally completely untrue. And listening to the Radio 4 this morning, the interviews in Russia on the eve of their parade, one reflected with horror the degree to which Russian people have drunk the Kool-Aid, have got the message. And so coming back to the point that has been made actually already on this panel, we need to remind ourselves that warfare is hybrid by nature. You know, we all started talking about hybrid after 2014. It's hybrid by nature. It's an all-of-nation, collectively, all-of-capability affair. It's not just about armed forces. It's about winning the information battle. It's about winning the economic battle. It's about winning the war of ideas. And it was easy enough in the Cold War to have a great idea which was opposed to a grim ideology. We need to generate the great idea about the importance of democracy and freedom and the rule of law and of truth, and how important it is that that wins in the struggle with these autocracies, these criminal autocracies. And so what I would wish to see in our defense structures Firstly is an acknowledgement across NATO, particularly from the nations who aspire to be in the lead of European defence, that the transatlantic nature of NATO is absolutely vital, that our link with the Americans is incredibly important, and that NATO is the organisation for transatlantic military strategy making and for executing the military collective requirements of Europe and the North Atlantic area. The talk of European strategic autonomy in defence should be quietly reduced, and more talk should be made of the nature of the relationship with the United States. And the EU and NATO need to start working together properly. We have the Berlin Plus arrangements, which have so far managed to command 3 operations since 2003, which is a lamentable state of affairs. They were very successful. The counter-piracy operation, the operation down in the south of the Balkans, and most importantly, the EUFOR operation in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is incredibly important for the stability of that part of the world. But it demonstrates that using NATO command structures, NATO facilities, Europe can execute military operations without duplicating military structures within the EU. What actually needs to happen is that NATO and the EU need to be able to formulate strategy together, which I might say is impossible. You would be amazed that during my time as Deputy SACEUR, it was impossible to have strategists from the EU and NATO in the same room developing joint strategy despite the hybrid nature of warfare today. We could not coordinate military strategy and NATO economic strategy, NATO political strategy, NATO financial strategy, because it was not allowed. Why? Because a couple of nations, one of which is a member of NATO but not of the EU, and another a member of the EU but not of NATO, ban it. So 29, 30 nations can't do the business, the vital business of today, which is coordinate grand strategy. So that's my observation for this morning.
Fabulous. Sorry, Beatrice, you wanted to...
Yes, absolutely. There was a moment when I thought we were going to disagree, and I actually then found that we have lots of common ground there. Because one of the things that I've been preaching all my lifetime in academia is that what we need is a European pillar of NATO along the Berlin Plus that you've discussed, and then basically we had that. We had that in the WEU. And the WEU, as you will recall, was not only closed down, but its vital defence clause was absorbed into the Lisbon Treaty, which means that with Brexit, the United Kingdom is no longer part of it. My question is always, my challenge is always, can we not somehow revive something or reinvent something like this European pillar of NATO, the WEU, the Western European Union that existed, and basically it cannot possibly be to anybody's disadvantage if the Europeans can act more autonomously, if need be. Because one of the things that I think is absolutely clear that's been said over generations of American presidencies is that the Americans would like us to shoulder more of our own defense burden, that they'd like us to be able to do more together. And the other thing that is clear, taking a much, much larger perspective now than the Ukraine war or even the US departure from Afghanistan, is that simply over the decades since the beginning of the North Atlantic Treaty and before that the Western European Union, the United States has gradually declined in its commitment to Europe, or in the sum total of its commitment to Europe. I'm not saying it'll withdraw. I'm not saying the end is in sight. I'm not saying the Americans would not come to our rescue if they can and if the situation is urgent. But what I'm saying is that it is absolutely clear that for a long time the tilt towards the Indo-Pacific has been a very important factor, which means that it is in everybody's interest, including the United States, that the Europeans can do much more for themselves. And everything you've just described, the political will of actually saying, why can't we then in that case get together those member states of both organizations that are in both organizations, and sorry, the others have to stay outside. Why can't we do things together is absolutely would be in the sense of that thing. And the Western European Union was actually embedded in NATO. It left to NATO everything that it was doing, its organization. That would be a very important answer. There goes. I've said it before.
I mean, it's interesting in the context of what you said, General, that the sort of emphatic lesson to be drawn, I suppose, from Sweden and Finland, being members of the EU, is that they don't feel safe within solely that structure, that they want NATO membership, and that is the effective response in this crisis from their national perspective. But we're going to take two more views on this, and then I'm going to try and open things up to the audience. Anna, you wanted to come in quickly.
Yeah, I wanted to agree to a large extent with General Bradshaw. It was a very important statement. When we speak about European pillar of NATO, it should be well understood. Of course, the burden sharing, so taking much more responsibility for defending Europe is important. But in terms of decision making, it is slightly different. And when we speak about transatlantic alliance, well, we have a proof in war on Ukraine. Actually, it is US in lead, and many countries simply following US or aligning with US, and then step by step Europe. I think that EU, I think there is much more consolidation and observing things in the EU. I see that this actually perception of threat from Russia is much more common within the EU, and we are able to better communicate. But it's still much to do, and US, Canada, UK, also Turkey in many ways. Remember Montreux Convention, that was quite important on this. So NATO transatlantic link is of vital importance here, well, strategic autonomy.
Anna, a quick follow-up from Fabian and then Elizabeth, and then we'll open it up to one of the questions. No problem.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on your comments and disagree with you slightly on one of the points. I think it's very clear at the moment that the transatlantic relationship is the most important relationship, not only for defense and security, but including that. But I would disagree a bit on the strategic autonomy question, because I think that's misrepresented, and maybe the term isn't very helpful in that. But really what we're talking about here is addressing the vulnerabilities of Europe. And addressing the vulnerabilities, of course, also means taking into account where the resources come from, what kind of relationships are behind it, that there's a big difference between a relationship with an ally and with a potential rival or with a potential enemy, as we have seen now. And then addressing those vulnerabilities. But this is exactly what we should have done years ago when we look, for example, at the energy field. We should have looked at where our energy is coming from and how that makes us vulnerable, and clearly that should have led to action in the area of dependence on Russian gas and oil. So I think this is a useful concept to look at. It is also a useful concept because we do have to think in the long term, what is the situation going to be? What are the contingencies we have to take? For example, in relation to a different president in the White House, for example, in relation to a possible security guarantee, which has to be given by the EU rather than NATO, dependent on what happens between Ukraine and Russia. So I think there are many issues there which should be addressed. But I think none of that really questions the transatlantic alliance.
Quick response from Odin,
yeah,
and
no,
then
actually,
to Elizabeth.
The points you make are entirely fair, and I didn't mean to be too hard on strategic defence autonomy for Europe, but I'm hitting at the use of the term in a political context, particularly from one of the member nations, when they seek to create more defence autonomy within the EU, as opposed to reaching out to NATO and making use of shared structures. And I think that is potentially damaging if it suffers to damage the relationship with the United States.
Elizabeth.
That was the context.
Yeah.
I think we should, we owe Ukraine a huge deal of gratitude for having demonstrated in a very unfortunate situation that everybody can play a role in keeping their country safe. So let's learn from Ukraine, not by waiting for a war. Ukraine didn't wait for a war. They didn't have the luxury of the sort of preparation that we can do, but what we should learn from them is that everybody can play a role in keeping their country safe, in organizing themselves. And if I may, I hope I'm not too Pollyannish, but isn't the problem in our societies that most of us don't feel any sort of allegiance, loyalty to our societies or to civil society, to societal structures, and that's what we are seeing very dramatically in the US, but also in other countries. And I think it started with what Robert Putnam documented 20 years ago, the bowling alone phenomenon. As I said, I'm not trying to be Pollyannish about it, but if we look at the challenges facing our society, especially national security, it stands to reason that we can all get involved in some way, and by getting involved, we create that sort of buffer that tells our adversaries that if you try, well, you can try, but we will have the entirety of our society, or large parts of our society, will be organized and will deny you the advantage of taking whatever it is you want in our countries. That's what Finland did in 1939 and kept the Russians, the Soviets, at bay for 105 days, and what the Ukrainians are doing today.
Great. We do have the Ukrainian ambassador here now, so the last part of the session is going to be remarks from him. So we've got time for a couple of questions, certainly. Let's see how we go. So let's start with one or two questions. I think you were just fractionally faster in getting your hand up there, so yeah, let's start there, and then second question here.
Yes, thank you, Merrick Chapman. I'm a macro strategist. I'd like to ask about the commitment of, this is directly at Germany in particular, where we've heard that there's been big changes in their orientation, but it's striking that the 100 billion fund that they've committed to their military is actually extra budgetary. So they're going to continue with the debt brake. They're going to pretend that they've not got this fiscal commitment. So it sounds like they're not being entirely honest with themselves. I wonder if you could comment.
Well, I think Fabian and General probably should talk to German.
I think many countries play around with budgets and putting things across different years and in different ways. Personally, I don't think it really matters. What matters is that the money is spent and that it's also spent well. And I think this is one of the great concerns for me. The number sounds great, but really it isn't only about spending that money. It is about spending that money effectively so that increases European capability, European capacity, that it contributes better to NATO. And that also means we have to look at the whole defense industrial sector, because in the end, we are already spending a lot of money on defense and security. The question is whether we're doing it effectively. And I would think that if this 100 billion really does have the effect we want to see, then we need to also make changes to how we procure defense and security, how we organize that whole sector.
Quickly.
Well, only to say that Germany has a special contribution to make for the future, in that it lies in a particularly significant area of Europe from the point of view of getting stuff from A to B. And it's noteworthy that the means of doing so have been reduced hugely since the days of the Cold War. So, for example, where there were dozens of trains that could carry main battle tanks, they are now rather few and tend to be dedicated to commercial interests. So the amount of spending that is required on infrastructural support to the means of responding to a threat are enormous, and it's quite possible that defence spending in Germany would not be in the shop window if it were going to be very, very effective. I would just make that observation.
This gentleman. Yeah.
Major Aaron Broughton, Royal Marines. My question is to fusion. We've spoken a lot about how the UK can cohere its social, political, economic and military levers. We've seen in response to the Ukraine crisis an unprecedented response from our civil institutions or civil institutions around the world, such as McDonald's, Visa, IOC. But those institutions have made those decisions unilaterally, whereas in comparison, Russia has a National Defence Management Centre which is able to cohere its political, social, economic levers. Now, it has that luxury because clearly it's an autocracy and we're a democracy. In the UK, we're able to do that with, say, counter-terrorism, where we have the counter-terrorism extremist network. Is it feasible, with us talking about fusion, for us to actually cohere our foreign policy in a way where we could have security lines of effort and direction to say something like the BBC, or is that inherently undemocratic?
Yeah, Elizabeth first and then Beatrice, yeah.
I leave the BBC to Mark. Well, maybe not. But the UK government is actually doing, I hope I'm not revealing anything untoward, but is doing really pioneering work on working with the private sector. Because obviously, as you say, in a democracy, in a liberal democracy, the government can't tell privately owned companies what to do, but it can engage with them to help them better understand their role in furthering the national interest. And by the way, this is a lot harder than it was during the Cold War when companies did that, because CEOs are often from a different country than the company, and the company may be ultimately owned in yet another country. But the UK government is doing some fantastic pioneering work there.
Can I address your question in a slightly different way? It's not what you intended to hear, and it should be Professor Helen Thompson who comments on this. But one of the things that is happening is that what we're doing, the sanctions, are affecting the entire society. And if we're talking about how we're educating the population to come along with us, it's actually small people who are paying the price of our sanctions. Now, Professor Thompson would be able to enlighten us as to the effect that the sanctions have had on the gas and oil prices and to what extent they were going up even before the war. But I keep getting letters from former friends or old friends who are saying, I can't pay my gas bills in this country, my electricity bills in this country. So one of the things that is clearly happening also is that throughout European societies, the fact that these prices are going up are something that is seen as challenging the prosperity they've had. And very briefly, therefore, also on Germany, for example, one of the things, the Financial Times quoted Chancellor Scholz this morning, saying that they had to weigh the disadvantages of this impeaching or this impounding on the prosperity of our societies against the help for Ukraine. This is one thing that particularly Western societies are really not used to any longer, that people have to make sacrifices in that way. And to some extent, one could even say, you turning down the radiator is your tiny contribution to our sanctions on Ukraine. I mean, this is not happening. So from that point of view, this all of society approach isn't taking place, although de facto, it's an all of society effort that is being made.
To a large extent, it is also about perception of threat, because we learned something in Poland recently. Over 3 million people coming through our borders, and a lot of them, actually it is the biggest wave of refugees, real refugees, after, I think, that after the Second World War. That is true. And without governmental lectures, with full support of government, of course, of all levels of government, but each and individual family, each person took this on her own, and they host people at home. It is not very easy. I know it from my family experience as well, but they do this.
Anna, let's bring in the other two panelists, because then we're going to go to the ambassador,
and solidarity,
who I'm sure will reflect on that. But Fabian and then General Bradshaw.
I think this question of the cost of living crisis is really important, because it plays much bigger in politics than the war itself. Maybe that's because it's not communicated in the right way, but it does have an influence on how politicians act. And I think there's also a question of solidarity. How can we actually manage to distribute the costs, which are undoubtedly there, so that the most vulnerable aren't suffering the most? Because then we're not going to maintain the public support for any kind of action in Ukraine. And that also means doing this across countries. There will have to be some form of solidarity between countries, because countries are affected very differently. Now, just on Germany, I think what we have seen there is, frankly, it's the wrong way of making the argument. There has been far too much discussion around the economics of it. The argument in Germany is about historic responsibility, it's about moral responsibility, it is about learning from what happened in the Second World War. That's an argument where Germans can also be convinced that sacrifices are necessary and that there is something here which is more important than the immediate effect. But talking about the economics of it is not going to convince people in Germany.
Right, thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I think your question was about our ability to be able to fuse strategy. And the Ukraine war has served to force us to think about the relationship between economic and defense and security and information strategies. But as yet, our mechanisms for fusing them are not that great, which is my point about the EU and NATO working together. In the face of somebody like Putin, who has his hands on most of the levers, you need a very quick response between the military and the diplomatic and the political and the economic, if you're going to be effective in response to his latest move, which implies, in the context of NATO and the EU, that they need to be able to work very closely. But within our nations, sadly, we've lost the ability to do that. During the Iraq and Afghanistan campaigns, they were largely subcontracted out to defense and security. So, for example, in the United States, the strategy for the invasion of Iraq, whether you think it was a good thing or a bad thing to do it, the strategy went very rapidly to CENTCOM, who did an immaculate job of developing military strategy. But what one needed in Iraq was a holistic strategy. So when we arrived in Iraq, the only people on the ground, by and large, were from defense and the intelligence services. One needed people for reconstruction, for education, for rebuilding political structures, for information, and all of that was missing. Ukraine has forced us to confront the reality that all of that needs to be combined. And I think it starts at the top, in the Cabinet Office here in UK, in the NSC in the United States, which needs to have much more power to bring ministries and departments together and coordinate stuff before it's pushed out.
I did want to sort of come back to the question in the sense of saying, well, isn't our NSC system supposed to give us this capability? But I think we are quite limited on time, and I think all of us would very much like to hear from the Ukrainian ambassador. So if I can call on Vadim Pristaiko to come up on stage, and I think his remarks on this topic will obviously be particularly important and interesting to the conference.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Can you hear?
Thank you. And sorry to get in the way of such an interesting discussion. I would love also to be a part of discussion, and mostly what I appreciate when talking to the audience like yours is being able to react, because that's the way how we build up our messaging as well. I understand how many different things here around, and sorry that I came a bit late. I was in another meeting with this audience like yours in the Arm Museum, where the Secretary Ben Wallace was also giving his address, and we'll be happy to see him again. Just a couple of words to tell you, actually I came with the prepared speech, but I understand the appetite here is understand what actually Ukraine was one of the questions earlier today. What actually Ukraine wants, how Ukraine believes that this war can be ended, and what's actually end of the war for Ukrainians. I don't want to tell you how the situation on the ground. I have total respect in your media and the people around the government which are making all the decisions knowing what's actually the situation all about in Ukraine. I just wanted to tell you how Ukrainians see and how we can believe we can bring this to the end. First of all, we had 6 rounds of negotiations with Russians. Sometimes very difficult to believe, but we are sitting around the table and negotiating with them. I have to tell you that in usual Russian manner, they came with such a high expectation, such a high sort of demand, that I'm not even going to tell you, because you will see how unrealistic they are, how unjustified they are, and everybody understood that that's their negotiation position. So what we came at the end of the days to how we managed to bring together us and Russians around what the items. There are just a couple of them, please bear with me. So the Ukrainians are asking now not how we finish up the war, but how we will be living afterwards. And what is the afterwards security picture? This is something very close to what we're discussing right now. And I'll be more than happy if you engage in this, trying to understand what future of our order, if you wish, will be. So the idea came that at the end of the war, we will sign the treaty and ratified by the parliaments, which is very important. I have to remind you that Minsk Agreement, so-called, were not a part, never been signed by anybody, neither by Ukrainian presidents nor Russian, and never been ratified by Ukrainian parliament. So there are major guarantors, as we call them guarantors, which we offer to become Ukrainians guarantors after the war is ended. And among those, the US, UK, France, China, Turkey, Germany, Canada, Italy, Poland, Israel was mentioned. And in the initial stage, even Russia was mentioned, and Belarus as the guarantors. That was 2 inputs from Russian side. You can imagine that. So we hope that all the guarantors will be able to support our way towards EU. You can see that NATO is not mentioned here. In the next 15 years, we agreed with Russians that the fate of Crimea will be decided. This is a very interesting diplomatic way of, telling that we don't know what to do with Crimea right now. The fate of Lugansk and Donetsk, so-called Lugansk and Donetsk People Republics, is also set aside and given to the presidents, President Putin and President Zelensky, to decide when they meet. It's again very as a purely diplomatic trick, how to allow the negotiations progress, knowing that the stumbling block is here. The sanctions and legal actions against Russia should be discussed only when we finish the peace treaty with Russians, not before, as some of our colleagues in Europe now alluding, telling the Russians, you know what, do something, we will start lifting the sanctions. And the last one, that everything we discuss with Russia will go on referendum with Ukrainians. If Ukrainians decide that we still have to go to find the place under the umbrella of NATO security guarantees, so the Russian-Ukrainian negotiations will be restarted. That's more or less, I understand it's complex, that's more or less what we agreed. Last official negotiations were on the 29th of March. Obviously, Russians are not happy with the result of negotiations, and they believe that they don't have to go along them. They will fight and they will achieve something on the ground. On our side, the same. We started to receive more support, sometimes militarily support, sometimes politically, sometimes financially, and both negotiation teams and their positions departed each other. So just to finish that, if we will have 1 minute and somebody will have questions on this structure, I will be happy to respond. But just a couple of things to tell what Ukrainians feel, what is our biggest pain right now. This is the lack of security structures which would allow us as a nation to survive. We are not talking about Budapest Memorandum. Everybody knows the fate of Budapest Memorandum. We are not talking about the partnership for peace with NATO, didn't work with us. The NATO on our border did not help us either. The European future is not helping. So the Helsinki Final Act, we have to admit that Russians just threw this paper away. OSCE didn't work. In Ukraine, it was biggest and most expensive mission, OSCE, over the whole existence of organization. Didn't work either. I don't want to just to start with UN and UN Security Council. So what Ukrainians, maybe we are too hasty in our observations and our assessment of the existing structures in the world, but that's what nations have when it is at war against the very big, powerful nation with a nuclear weapon and a part of the Security Council. So what Ukrainians believe can be done right now, we offer it, maybe it's half-baked, I understand, but we offer it an idea to the world, and we call it United 24, meaning that we offer an idea that will become a sort of basis for the new security arrangement. I'm not talking about organization, it's arrangement. Ukraine asks that if anything happens to the sovereign state in the world, the nations guarantors of this security will come together in 3 days, will finish up all the consultations, just 3 days. Then the next move is nations guaranteeing that the sky over the particular nation will be closed against any enemy on this planet. Third, the nation in need will be provided all the assistance they require, militarily, financial, and everything. I know that it sounds like a fiction, but that's the best we could come at the moment right now. Let me stop it here. If we have a second, I will be more than happy to reply. If not, thank you very much.
We do just have time for 1 or 2 questions. So let's, the first hand I saw there, obviously we have got the ambassador, so questions to the ambassador or the panel, but let's, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Max from Poland. Ambassador, very quickly. You were talking about the terms of a settlement. There are 3 issues I think are very, very important for many Ukrainians, which ought to be, or perhaps I'd like your views, whether they are a condition of a settlement or a condition of sanctions being lifted. War crimes, in other words, the pursuit of war criminals at the height of the Russian leadership down to the troop level of Russian forces. That's point number 1. The issue of reparations for war damage inflicted by the Russian aggression on Ukraine. And thirdly, the very humanitarian issue of the deportees, not the refugees who fled to Western Europe, but the compulsory deportees from the occupied territories who are being deported into Russian territory and are being currently re-educated, as it were. Those 3 issues, are they part of your conditions for sanctions being lifted? In other words, that has to be resolved before some sort of semblance of normality returns to relations with Russia.
Thank you. What I gave you, this is official party line, if I may. If you talk to a hardliner like myself, I will tell you that, for example, I can't see why we have to look into pockets of Western taxpayers' money for the after-war reconstruction and rebuild. I believe Russia has to pay for everything. So everything you mentioned is not even questioned. That's the way I would describe. I can't see how can we get out with reparations not to be paid by Russians, or all those committed the crimes won't be prosecuted, and there are so many other things. I guess the best way out of it if Ukraine wins militarily. So if you allow yourself, it's very difficult to believe, I understand, but if you allow itself the idea that actually Russia can be defeated on the field of war, you would allow yourself to think and find the way how to do it, what to do. Maybe it will be even better for Russians themselves.
A quick question from Fabian.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because you mentioned EU membership, and I wanted to ask, what is the expectation of Ukraine in terms of EU membership and also timescales?
It's very easy. We believe that that's actually what initiated the war. What was the last drop when Russians lost their patience? Remember, in 2013, that was the case why they went against us and why they went to take over the Crimea. So it's not even NATO that's that much, because in this audience I don't have to explain that NATO is already all over Russian western border. It's just another piece. It's not changing the strategic concept of Russia being able to defend itself. So this is EU. We are just departing. Ukraine showed that we are not ideal, but we are departing somewhere, thus creating the conflict within Russian society, creating this threat to Russian society that somebody like Ukrainians can live differently. They don't need Russia, to follow the case. We can build up our Slavic, finally Slavic Orthodox nation can live Western way. This will be blow not to Russia, not to Russian population, not to huge Russian territory, but the way they run themselves, Russian dictatorship, whatever the way it is.
System of power. Look, we are pretty much out of time, so please join me in thanking very much Ambassador Pitsai. We will have our UK Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, on stage shortly. There will be a little bit of a hiatus, so I will ask the panel to join me in leaving the stage, but please also, let's thank our panel for today.
where I'm also Professor of National Security Studies. I'm delighted to welcome the Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace, to join me in a conversation as part of our conference today. Mr. Wallace has given a big speech this morning at the National Army Museum and has raised some of the issues that we've been talking about this morning. I've been thinking about how one might start with this. As many people have said, it's the 9th of May, Russian Victory Day. Vladimir Putin's spoken, you've spoken. He's accused the West of preparing an invasion of Russian land, NATO being a threat. And you selected this day to make a keynote speech on the Ukrainian conflict. You're a former soldier. As you watch this conflict unfold, What are your thoughts about the course of the conflict and where we may go next?
Well, thanks. I mean, the reason I did the speech was, despite how it appeared in some newspapers, it wasn't about necessarily Putin. It was really about the failure of the general staff of the Russian army to both, I suppose, speak truth to power, but also to prepare their forces properly. Now, I had to be slightly careful because I didn't want to show any sympathy. I mean, I don't, what the Russians are engaged in is an illegal invasion, and every soldier, whether they're junior or senior, has a responsibility in that. But, from a professional point of view as a soldier, you have to marvel at the betrayal, really, of many of those people, and many of those people who are not all in support of the war will get no voice. And it's quite important, if you're ever going to try and penetrate the Russian system, to make the point that suffering does not excuse culpability. Today will be a whole exercise in the Russian, remember, it is the Soviet, effectively, Union who fought the Second World War, not the Russians alone. I think Ukraine marked it the day before, but nevertheless, it was a collective endeavor. But you won't hear any culpability in any of it. No one ever asks whether suffering is actually a sign of failure at high levels. And so the purpose of the speech was to make sure that President Putin doesn't wrap it all up, put the cloak of this great defeat of Nazism around himself and use it for his own imperial ambitions, which is exactly what he has been doing. And I think that is very important to challenge that assertion. If you read his essay he wrote 2020, it's another piece of amazing fiction that he positioned himself as the savior, Russia or the Soviet Union as the savior of the world. And actually, we all know it was much more complicated. He plays down the Ribbentrop Pact, which effectively allowed the Russians to dismember Poland, transport people from the Baltics, and that's all forgotten. And no one he never registers that Britain really stood alone for pretty much 2 years before they turned up. So I think it's just important to register that today there are lots of people dying, suffering unnecessarily, strategically because of the illegal invasion, and then tactically because of utter incompetence in the Russian general staff. Now, I don't want them to be successful, so don't please make that mistake. But you have to. That's why the Army Museum is important, to remind people that the people who pay the price of imperialist ambitions or rewriting history, or indeed general staff who like to have lovely parades but don't actually deliver the effect on the ground is the young soldier, and that's where we'll get to now. And even worse than that, it's the people that are their targets, which is Ukraine.
Obviously, we're holding this conference at King's College in a university, and the audience are going to hear from our student panel at the end of the day, who are providing the conclusions and hopefully a summary of the day. So I asked the students if they would give me some questions for you as well, and they've been quite forthright. And on this question, they were saying, were you intending to wind up the Russians with the speech, and are you hoping to achieve something specific? I mean, they've read it and they thought that it was a challenging speech.
But I think if you ignore the sort of sub-ed written headlines in the newspapers and read the actual speech in full, I wasn't trying to wind up. I think I was trying to make the point that there is culpability in this. The culpability, within the Russian system. When I remember going to St. Petersburg years ago and being told, you don't understand, more people died defending the city than the whole of you lost in the Second World War. And I remember saying slightly sheepishly from the back of a minibus at the time, I think, to the guide, I said, look, as a soldier, I'm not sure a casualty rate is necessarily a sign of success. And when I went to Moscow about a week before the invasion, and Shoigu said to me, no one suffers like us, as a sort of boast. And I'd said in the meeting that I don't want anyone to suffer. I remember saying, I've seen too many of my own soldiers buried to want people to do this. Was the stage where we were trying to persuade Russia to stop it. They were slightly thrown when I said, look, I don't want Russians to suffer. I mean, it's not and the problem, it's been used to avoid culpability. And I think, there are now body bags coming home in their tens of thousands potentially into Russia, if they haven't been cremated or hidden. There are therefore tens of thousands of injured Russians coming home. They can hide that, they can bully it, shame the widows into not speaking which we saw when the Kursk went down. I don't remember. The lady was, in fact, injected by an agent in the middle of an audience. You can see it live on YouTube when one of the wives of the Kursk actually says, well, where is it? And they inject her as she's complaining. So they can do all that. But I think it's important we point it out and make it very, very clear that huge amounts of what is going on is unnecessary, and the generals, a good general would have told the truth to Putin by now.
So you were security minister and a long-serving security minister at the time of the Salisbury attack. Has that shaped your approach to Russia? I mean, you were one of the people who spoke out quite early about the challenge of Russia.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to deploy a nerve agent on a country's soil is a really big step. They won't have been taken freelance. That would have been, I think I remember said at the time, authorized at the highest levels in the Russian government. This is nerve agent, right? This is not this is not running someone over the car. It's a proper deployment of a military-capable chemical weapon. When it was deployed on our streets, and there was a bit of debate inside government about, why were they so bad in doing it, insofar as, they all got caught, they appeared on Russia Today talking about cathedrals and actually started to look a bit comical but dangerous, let's caveat that. And were they 10 foot tall, or did they not care, or, I think at the time, and I'd been to visit Ukraine, I'd been to Ukraine 5 times, both as security minister and defense secretary. And you know what goes on. I know what they do in many parts of the world. You've seen what Wagner's done in Libya. You've seen what they've done in Syria. And the world has not been paying attention to the nature of the regime. And I think we forget too much, because we either look in our own backyard and only really care about that, or we remove the person, and in a sort of effectively a totalitarian regime, the person's more important than anything else. And you can have all your analysis you like, but if there's someone who takes that view of the world, and as you can see in his own writings, he's convinced himself all sorts of things, you have to take that seriously, and you have to prepare for that, because he's got a view, he doesn't seem to want to change it, doesn't seem to listen to anything alternative, and it's a dangerous view.
So we're going to have to live with Russia. For the moment, we have to live with President Putin. There have been references today already in this conference about whether or not we've returned to a new Cold War. I'd be interested to know whether you find the analogy, even the term, useful. But no one can deny that there have been repeated references to nuclear weapons and to questions of escalation, risk of escalation. Little talk about the management of it, to be frank. How far do we have any off-ramps in this crisis, when the rhetoric at times seems to be going in an extraordinarily worrying direction for the public?
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that's difficult to read, which is some of the tools we would usually relate to being less escalatory, like sanctions, economic tools, actually in the Kremlin have the opposite effect. They're more escalatory in some of their minds, because it's harder to hide from your public economic punishment. It's much easier potentially to hide military casualties. They have a track record in being able to do that. In 2014 in the Donbass, there were lots of unmarked graves, and actually, fun enough, even the Great Patriotic War, one of the characteristics of the Soviet side at the time was they didn't ever really seek to find out what happened to many of those people. There were many families in the Soviet system who never knew what happened to their father and grandfather. It wasn't whereas we had a sense of trying to account for it. So, look, let's not forget the effort the world took to try and persuade Putin not to do this. This was not like we didn't all try. We didn't all bend over backwards. Presidents, prime ministers, people went to the Kremlin. People still do, as we see. President Macron is often trying to engage with President Putin, asking him not to do it. It wasn't like he wasn't asked. I said to Shoigu that, I said, look, you don't understand that if you didn't do this, the world would relieve a really big sigh of relief. And he just said, well, we have no plans to invade Ukraine. I mean, it was a sort of, it was only about 10 days before. I mean, I was born yesterday. So, I mean, I think, look, we are dealing with a difficult issue. Cold War analogies, look, I'm sure someone out there is desperately trying to look for another phrase, a modern Iron Curtain phrase or Cold War. I think the key thing here is to ask NATO, which we did at my last Defence Ministers Conference, is they need to set a long-term plan. You know, how are we, whatever happens in Ukraine, I think Putin will still be there, right? I mean, Putin, certainly in the short and middle time, I mean, he's 70 years of age, he's got plenty of time in a sense. So the question is, how do we contain Russia? How do we reassure our allies? And how do we provide resilience to other allies to make sure they are not victim or subject to sub-thresholds, you know, lashings out or manipulation at the end of this conflict or war? And I think that's the challenge we have to do. So we have to get the international sort of NATO membership to think long-term. Now, whether that manifests itself in a Cold War, an Iron Curtain, or nothing like that, before anyone writes, Secretary of State Defence is calling for a new Iron Curtain. I'm not. We need a plan. We need to see a plan across the whole of the international community through NATO.
Well, I'm going to come on to NATO in a minute, but you mentioned sanctions there. What do you think needs to be done with the sanctions tool to make it a more effective, coercive part of your armoury, in effect? It doesn't seem to be achieving the ends we want yet. I know the Americans have talked about like a 12-week, 16-week time frame or whatever, but you know, can we make the sanctions more effective?
Well, I mean, you know, Britain's been quite vocal in wanting to be harsher on the gas sanctions. I wouldn't underplay, however, that when eventually that does happen in a broader sense, that won't have an effect. You know, Russia is fighting the war in Ukraine with 65 to 75% of its land forces. They will have to be refurbished, they will have to be re-equipped. That won't be able to be done. You know, by the time they get around to trying to do that, I suspect the sanctions will be much harsher anyhow. They haven't, I think there are a number of consequences of sanctions that haven't yet been felt, but will be. You know, photographs of people at cafes in Moscow is not actually a benchmark of whether sanctions are working. You know, look at the ruble, look at its long-term, you know, challenges when it has to both get, you know, knowledge, you know, people, services, and technologies. You know, huge amounts of what's been exposed here is a large part of their military capability is based on Western technologies or components. Well, that's not going to happen. So I think, you know, we've been more vocal at gas, and we have to effectively be tougher on that. Britain has tried to move that further. I think we'll get there. As oil, I think, is the latest one they're talking about. But in many other areas, they're already finding it difficult. But we knew they built up reserves. I mean, he's got lots of reserves, which he will try. But, you know, he cannot miss the fact that the Western international community, plus Australia and others, are actually quite unified.
I mean, in a converse way, if things moved towards negotiations of some sort, which might involve parties other than the Ukrainians and the Russians, do you think there would be a withdrawal, and this comes from the students, by the way, do you think there would be a withdrawal of sanctions relatively quickly, potentially? Or are we essentially looking at a posture towards a Russia that has done something unacceptable?
Well, certainly the characteristic of most of these sanctions are punitive rather than deterrent. I mean, and I think, to be fair, the Ukrainians were often asking for sanctions earlier as a deterrent rather than punitive. And, you know, that you'd hear a number of the international community saying, well, he hasn't done it yet. So that being punitive, they have to be punitive, let's be honest, for what he has done or what the regime has done. Look, I think it is, and we have to be very careful here, it is for Ukraine to choose its future and where it wants to settle or not settle or go with this conflict. And I think, you know, it would be quite wrong for me to sit here and either put conditions on Ukraine or tell Ukraine what peace it has to make. That is for Ukraine. The thing worth fighting for all of us, is the freedom to choose of a sovereign nation. What it chooses with that choice, you know, with that freedom, is entirely up to that. It's the same as Finland and Sweden, you know. President Putin would love it, because it would fit with his narrative, that NATO is there trying to seduce Finland or Sweden or is encouraging them to join. We're not, actually. We would absolutely understand and recognise the importance of the freedom to choose. But Sweden and Finland will be very close allies of the United Kingdom, whether they choose NATO or not. Right? You know, we have a squadron of British tanks in Finland right now, I think the first time ever. So, but my God, I would stand up and defend their right to choose. And if you listen to the President of Finland's speech at New Year, it was a very good speech about that. So I think, I'm not going to start putting stipulations on Ukraine. That is for Ukraine. I do, of course, want to help them negotiate from a position of strength, not weakness. That's why we're standing by and will continue as long as they wish us to do so.
Well, you're teasing me with NATO. So the NATO summit's coming up next month. The Sherpas will be out there. They'll be already drafting the communiques, which will say solid things. How resilient do you feel at this stage the NATO alliance is as we face potentially a continuation of this conflict well into the autumn?
So, I think NATO has worked actually incredibly well. Contrary to the allegation that it was brain dead, it's actually the opposite. So, look, it's harsh, but it's true. Ukraine is not in NATO, and I've been open about that for months and weeks. And for years, a number of nations wanted to move at different speeds, but it isn't. But within NATO's borders, NATO has very quickly stepped up in military support around those borders. For example, we've got a company in Bulgaria, we've got 6 Typhoon aircraft in Romania, we've got 2 battle groups at the moment in Estonia, we've got a good few hundred troops, Royal Engineers and infantry and light cavalry in Poland. We've got, ships deployments, etc. And we're not alone, and there's a huge amount. I think there's 100,000 United States troops in Europe at the moment. So NATO has responded. It's remained consistent. We didn't cancel cold response up in the high north. 35,000 troops, including actually troops attached from Finland and Sweden. And actually, we have come together very well. And some countries move at different paces, but there are 30 members. But we've all got there. So I think it's worked well. I think the next challenge for it is long term. What are we going to do with this Russia as it is? How are we going to provide that resilience and a containment and reinforcement or whatever we have to do? But fundamentally, I think it has worked very well.
Well, on that looking forward point, what does success look like for NATO? Forgive me for putting Ukraine to one side here, because the challenges that this invasion, this crisis has thrown up, some people talk about it being existential for a number of entities in Europe. What does NATO need to come out of this stronger rather than weaker?
Well, I think it needs to have shown that deterrence, it can deliver deterrence. That's why we come together. It's a defensive organisation, contrary to allegations by President Putin. It is, and that you provide defence through deterrence. And if this conflict doesn't overspill, if Putin, for all the words, doesn't escalate, and if anything does happen, we are in a position where we can provide that resilience and reassurance to our fellow members, then that's absolutely what works for NATO. That's ultimately what we're there for. We are a self-defense organisation, and anyone who claims otherwise is wrong.
So there's lots of talk about expansion. You sort of semi-referenced it in an earlier answer. How could NATO expand at the moment without giving President Putin an excuse to take action somewhere else, or to demonstrate to his support, whatever it is, I told you so all along? It seems that NATO is likely to expand very soon, isn't it?
Well, NATO's never going to expand into Russia. So, it's quite interesting. I think I've lost count of the number of international statements signed up by Minister Lavrov or indeed Putin on the right to respect a nation's freedom to join an alliance. Funnily enough, when I went to Moscow, having seen how Lavrov played games with Liz Truss, I made sure I read in detail their so-called draft treaty. I then compiled all the times Lavrov or Putin had declared that we respect a nation's right to choose an alliance, and that goes back to, I think, 1991, 1989. We've got declarations, Astana declarations. You've got declaration after declaration where the Russians put their name to it. remember George Robertson telling me that, you know, at one stage they put out this thing and Putin put his name to it. So just because a country is small doesn't mean to say Putin gets to pick and choose when his declarations and Lavrov's come into force. So I think the reality is, look, if President Putin wants to make an excuse to do things, he's already proven he'll make it up. I mean, you know, he's already made up that apparently the Nazi hordes of the Ukrainians were about to come and invade Russia. I mean, he's made it up. He's announced it again today. He's talked about it again today. So I think if Sweden and Finland join NATO, it'll be provocative. I don't think so. I mean, he was told. I mean, 2014, he was warned, you do this, you know, the consequence of invading Crimea is more spending on defence and more NATO. And that's exactly what he got. No one hid that. Very, very clear. You know, that's why the EFPs are in, you know, Estonia, in Poland. It was very clear. We warned it publicly. Everyone talked about it. I said it in Moscow that if you do these things, you'll get more NATO. So he can't be surprised. The reality of it is he makes his strategic blunders more than he makes his strategic successes. You know,
it still doesn't sound like many off-ramps, though, out of this crisis. I mean, this seems to be, and this was mentioned this morning by our first panel, we seem to be in a position where there is almost doubling down by every party to this terrible conflict at the moment, you know, except for the 4 civilians who are there. NATO's doing it to reinforce its deterrent posture, but the question is, how will we get out of this crisis? I mean, you must find it a bit dizzying. Well, I'll ask you, is it dizzying? The latest thing at the weekend was that there was some speculation that there might even be a referendum in Switzerland about NATO membership. This is quite extraordinary in a matter of months.
Mind you, there's a referendum about everything in Switzerland.
That's right.
Look, you know, I generally hold very true to the tenet that effectively people choose NATO. NATO doesn't choose it. And NATO is not some country that goes around the world trying to absorb things. It is an organisation of people with the same values who believe in self-defence, you know, not offence. And look, choosing off-ramps, there may be lots of off-ramps. I mean, we've already seen President Putin shaping today, potentially, a sense of about the Donbass. And, you know, I'm here to defend the Donbass and defend our people in the Donbass. And he's certainly capable of writing a story that fits his narrative, if he wishes to do so. But, you know, the world can't stand by and watch him invade sovereign nations, commit war crimes, well, his forces are committing alleged war crimes, and go around bullying the world and not expect us to stand by our values. You know, freedom isn't free. I mean, that's the motto above the South Korean War Memorial. You know, let's put it another way. At the moment, there are a number of supposed battle-winning components that you would expect a successful army to have. Technology, leadership, intelligence, support of the population. Well, he's wrong on all those 4, right? So it turns out that the Ukrainians don't want to welcome him with flowers and banners. Turns out that his superior technical forces, the way they're deployed, don't work. They're not as necessarily superior in some areas as they would lead to believe. His intelligence was clearly wrong in many areas, and his judgment of international community was wrong. There is one component he still has in his back pocket, which we should really worry about, which is brutality, which is if you win your war by killing, murdering, raping, bombing civilian territories, breaching all human rights, all Geneva Conventions, corruption, and that becomes the battle-winning component, the message that sends around the world to other adversaries is incredibly dangerous. That you don't actually need to have all the best kit or the best training or appropriate rule of law. You just need to be able to be more brutal than the other person and more prepared to destroy everything in your path. Now, that's been said in, you know, generals and philosophers have said those for decades. That is still the untested component. You know, they're not interested in occupying Mariupol. They've destroyed it. I mean, they will use it. They will use the port, but they've hardly invested in something to save there. And where we see it, it's destruction. So I think that is a really important thing. It's why it matters to the international community, and it should matter, that if Putin is successful in Ukraine, then watch out.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to fall into the narrative of Putin about this being Russia versus NATO. But just before I move on to implications for Britain, NATO as an organisation, its leading nation, not very long ago, had a president who was questioning its relevance and its future. That person, those views could easily be part of the next election in America. European allies continue to question the role of NATO in European defence as compared to other security and defence structures, as you know and as you will discuss. I just go back to this question of how far this, and we're trying to look at the future as well, how far the defence of Europe and ultimately NATO's role in it will be affected by this crisis. Are we already seeing that some of those difficult questions about the relevance of NATO are now essentially being put to bed?
Well, I mean, I remember when President Trump was the president. I remember the December NATO Leaders Summit and having lunch with him, and a few others of us had lunch. And, actually my reading of President Trump's questions on NATO was more about a view of, are we in the United States taken for granted by other members of NATO who aren't paying their way, as opposed to anything else. It was, President Trump was always about money. It was about money, right? So, he'd be saying, I'm putting in, X percent, 3 billion or whatever it is, billions and billions into NATO. And these countries are getting, a free ride, as he would view it. And I think, the 2% club, wanting to get people to pay more for their security. I don't think that's unreasonable. And I think actually, I'm off to Washington after this. I mean, that's heard across the aisle. There is a sense of how much is Europe going to put in the pot to help contribute to its collective defence. I think that's perfectly reasonable. That many countries, including the UK, have all taken peace dividends over the last 30 years and been very quick to bank in the end of the Cold War, but not necessarily step up when the security got going. So I don't think that was him actually fundamentally saying he doesn't believe in the collective self-defence or anything else. I think it was a sense of, I did an interview saying taking for granted. What I meant was, I think America, we in Europe must not take America's support for granted. We must recognise that they spend a lot of money to do it. And what I would say is this incident has jolted lots of countries to come forward with planning spending increases to actually spend their way back into it. And also, the point about other European nations. Well, it's Sweden and Finland that seem to be big European, not in scale, but very respected European members of the EU who the first point of call is actually, I think maybe we'll explore NATO. It's not European Union thingy, which is always developing. As long as I've been around, it's been developing into some form of strategic compass or whatever it's calling itself. And I think what's been interesting in this position is when it comes to security, people do trust that Britain does what it says. It does come and stand by you. We might not have everything to do it with. We don't have vast divisions to do it with, and I know a lot of my colleagues and everyone would like us to have more, but we do turn up. We are there on day one. In fact, in Ukraine, we were there on day, how many years ago? 2015, we did orbital. We were there on the ground. We've got a squadron of tanks in Finland right now. So we do, and I think that's something to be proud of.
So let's turn to Britain then. The papers are full of a cost of living crisis. You're talking about increased spending by some members of NATO. Is the UK going to spend some more on defence? It's going to be a difficult ask, isn't it? The public don't actually link, even though we may intellectually link it. Do the public link the cost of living crisis with the crisis in Ukraine? Not entirely. How are you going to get the resources that you need to encourage your colleagues in NATO and other forums to support you?
I think at the time we got the 24 billion extra, we were the first to have a big jump. And the Prime Minister was very supportive. It was the biggest, I think, single jump since the Cold War. And it was very important at the time when the threat was what it was to make sure that we, modernise the army. I mean, the army's land fleet is woefully behind its peers, and you can lay the blame all sorts of reasons, but fundamentally it needs definitely to modernise. We needed to take some strategic decisions on type of complex weapon systems, and all sorts of things were incredibly important. And we did get that funding for it. And as I sit here now, we've got the extra funding for operations, to support Ukraine and our lethal aid that we've been doing. That was in the media over the weekend, the 1.3 billion. And we will continue to be able to meet the current commitments. Of course, and I said it all the way through the process, as a threat change, we should also be prepared to change. I don't think it's impossible to persuade the public of the importance of stability. I mean, the one thing I bring from being the security minister is, the world is a very fragile place, right? It is. I remember the Home Office was very clever at making its case to the Treasury for more money. After a terrorist attack, the Treasury would manage to always present sort of economic consequences. This terrorist attack here cost the economy 1.4 billion. It would show how much it costs to prosecute a terrorist. It would show that loss of business to, let's say, central London when a terrorist event happens is X, and make the economic case to the Treasury that you want to invest in counter-terrorism because the consequence of not is this. And I think it is possible to persuade both inside government the importance of security, and that food security, energy security is all in there, matters. And I think, if I go back to the 1980s and things like that, the public perception of where defence fitted was much higher. I don't think that's impossible to turn that round. I think you just have to have a concerted campaign to tell people the importance of defence. I mean, you'll know in your world, you're constantly trying to make it relevant to people why you need to understand defence. And I think it's a really important, it is a really important issue, but nothing's for nothing.
There are a number of distinguished writers about British defence policy and British defence reviews over the years. You oversaw the defence component to the integrated review, and one of the things many of these authors have always written is that the one thing defence secretaries have to avoid is saying anything too big, lest it be proved wrong. The integrated review did a tilt to the Indo-Pacific, and we end up with a crisis in Europe. It's a law of defence reviews that if you do anything new, it may not appear to be the right thing. As you look back on the review and as you think about the next step, how well do you think the review is standing up? I'm sure you'll say it's doing very well, but I suppose looking forward 6 to 12 months, do you see a need for what the Tony Blair administration had to do after their well-received review of 1998, where they had to have a new chapter to the Strategic Defence Review? I know you're not going to say there's going to be a massive change, but do you feel in terms of reviewing our posture and our approach, we're pretty well set at the moment, or will there have to be a look in the coming year, let's say? Well,
I think you've slightly mischaracterised the integrated review, because the Pacific tilt was not just about defence. It was about culture and science and British engagement culturally around the world. It wasn't just about, it wasn't like we're going to send aircraft carriers every week to the Pacific Ocean. And it also clearly identified Russia as our number one adversary. It also identified NATO as the cornerstone of the security of Europe. So I think those were absolutely true. I think, for what it's worth, that the mistakes of the past of defence reviews have been, that the appetite of number 10s, let's call it that, was never matched by the budget. And defence MODs either tried to accommodate the ambition without telling them the price tag. And in some cases, some of those defence reviews were funded by rather fictional, what looked like efficiency savings, and targets that were never really true. But then the department spent those savings before they'd had them. I mean, I think the defence review before the one I did, where the George Osborne's one, I think it planned £11 billion of efficiencies, of which the department was allowed to spend 13 billion. It was that plus a small amount of new money. And if you say to any department, in theory you've got it, you have to keep really tight hands on the purse string. And then if you then get ambition from number 10 or Foreign Office or whatever, you have to be a bit of a I'm a bit belligerent by nature to people to say no. And if it, I think defence is a department where it can very quickly run away from you. If you are not careful, it can become very expensive very quickly. And you do have to spend some of your time fighting your corner to either say no to one department or no to somebody else, because it can get very quick, very expensive. And so I think you have to have your hand on that tiller.
I think historically, senior leaderships in MOD talked about the need to run the budget hot, which it sounds like you're moving away from that. In other words, having natural overspend.
Yeah, I think you have to. This year, I'm going to come in on budget. I think it's the first time in 30, 40 years. So you have to. Well, you've got to also see the long and the short term. I mean, the Treasury doesn't like seeing long term. It finds it particularly difficult. You have to be quite tough with the armed services about make your mind up. What are we going to put on this new ship you're building right now? Because if you don't make your decisions now, let me tell you, the bill will be much higher later. And we have that all the time. So you just have to be rather sometimes pedantic about it. But you also have to remind people of the ambition. You have to say, if you want to do more, that's fine, but it's going to cost you more.
So the Air Force and the Navy were seen to be the winners in the last review. Is it the Army's turn now? Or let me put it a different way. Can you see a move back to perhaps a slightly larger Army?
Well, the Army got £5.2 billion in investment in new equipment.
No, I mean numbers, sorry, not spending.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
The winners and losers in the review. What I would say is I think we're now in a place where our funding cycle slightly matches the cycle of the three services. That's part Stratcom, even though Defence Digital is one of the biggest spending of the lot. Is that the RAF are in a cycle where it's investments, Typhoon upgrades, the F-35s coming online, P-8s, E-7s. They're slightly, their cycle is in the right place. The Navy, Type 26, Type 32, Dreadnought, the next generation of attack submarine, they're all in a place where some of the decisions have been made and it's now in their sort of delivery cycle, and the Army was the one that was woeful behind. So if you look over the sort of 10 years of the Defence Command Paper, some of the Army stuff was brought forward because the gaps in them was too much. I mean, gaps in land EW, gaps in armoured vehicles, all of those were too high risk to tolerate, and we should never have, they got where they were. We needed to fix that. So I think they're in the right place. The size of the Army, I think it's quite interesting. People are already spending the money that we may or may not get one day, right? I mean, I'm getting lobbied for more tanks or more precision weapons or more deep fires, and that's constant. Depending on usually what stable the person comes from, it is often linked. I don't know. I mean, if I got some new money, would I suddenly treble the size of the infantry? I'm not sure. I mean, if you look, the lessons from Ukraine are showing real impacts on how you might fight a future war. So the lack of counter-UAV is something that we should all worry about, really worry about. Now, if you buy a whole lot of UAV batteries, that'll not be huge human-intense resource. There'll be lots of capital there.
So you're focused on the effect rather than counting ships and numbers. But you can't deploy a division.
Well, I was in one of these divisions in North Germany, right? I mean, it usually turned out to be about a brigade and a half. And in fact, when we last deployed a division, it was 2 brigades and a commando brigade, I think, in the Second Gulf War. So the thing I really wanted in that command paper is to do what it says on the tin. Now, people might not like me for that, but we get lots of top trump collectors. Look at all these Type 45s. Yeah, well, none of them work, or 3 of them work, the rest are tied up and have been for years. What is the point in boasting you've got so many units if they're not properly wrapped, as I'd call it? And what you're seeing on the road to Kyiv is Russian forces that can stack up on parades, but if they don't have the proper comms, the proper protective armour measures to protect them from the proliferation of handheld anti-tank, they can't integrate with air, they can't communicate because their comms are so rubbish they get exploited, they run out of fuel, the soldiers don't have any situation awareness. We've even found examples of downed Su-34s with GPS things stuck to the dashboard, or cockpit, we call it in an airplane. So you can boast, you can line them all up, say how wonderful they all look, like the T-14, which we're still waiting to appear.
I think when you were in the army, I recall lots of officers telling me that they used to use mobile phones because they work better.
I remember the early nickname for Bowman was Better Off with Map and Nokia.
That's right.
So whatever people say, and they may not like the Defence Command, but I'm sure they don't if they said we wanted more tanks, whatever, because I want it to say, do what it says on the tin, rather than these big hollow forces that we've all served in. Now, we can argue about they were under-resourced all along, isn't that should have been fixed, and that's probably right? I mean, you know, I served in those places. I remember we never had a laser rangefinder on the Warrior. We had lots of Warriors, but no laser rangefinders. So every round you ever fired was discarded because you have a first-round discard. I remember on my Rangers qualifying for firing 30mm, I probably paid for a laser rangefinder every time I missed. But, you know, no one made those decisions. So I don't want hollow forces. Hollow forces don't deliver anything.
So it sounds like you are focused on not overcommitting to things that Britain couldn't deliver. I guess my last question is, as we approach, as we come to the end of the session, is how far are we making an assessment about what peer, let's say, peer competitors might be taking from this crisis? So as we look to the broader defence of Europe and not just Russia, are there any implications that you're seeing that we need to think about seriously, which could have implications for spending as well?
Yeah, I mean, and actually even before this, I think the last time I was up at King's College was going to see your wargaming, is that, you know, we've set up SONAC, which is a net assessment centre for us. We just appointed, Dr. Johnson is our lead, which I'm delighted about. We absolutely need to incorporate sort of red teaming, wargaming, understanding our own vulnerabilities, and, you know, really ask the difficult questions of ourselves and our armed services about the decisions they're making. I think that is the most important thing. I think, you know, if Minister Shoigu had a SONAC and it was up and running, some of their assumptions may well have been tested correctly, and I think it is really important that we keep this as an ongoing process. I mean, if I am successful in making the department truly threat-led, then part of informing what that threat is will be informing of our own vulnerabilities, and therefore things like net assessment centres, things like academics, and, academia telling me that I've got it wrong or got it right, or where we need to invest more money into R&D, and it's over 6.6 billion into R&D, so we get to see it, to make some risk decisions, because, you know, the one thing I'd say about my own service, it is the most conservative of them all, the army, and, you know, letting go of certain capabilities to invest in others is sometimes quite hard. It's hard for the innovative generals who want to change something. It's quite difficult, and you're only going to do that if you invest in R&D. But then, having invested in the R&D, you actually incorporate it into your military. I mean, many of us in this room would have gone to experimental days in Salisbury Plain and seen for years robots and UAVs, and you say, okay, so where is it? Well, come back next year and you'll see the same thing going around in circles. So we have to sometimes take some leaps.
So is Britain leading that debate? I mean, that's the last sort of semi-question to this.
Well, you know, the United States gets to lead a lot of that debate because it has such vast forces that it can take risk in one part while holding on to holding on to yesterday's battles with another. I mean, it gets that choice. We as a smaller partner always will have to either follow their learning or take some risk. Now, sometimes we do, and we do it very well. I think that's what we've got to get politically comfortable with. It's also what many in armchairs have to get politically comfortable with. That, you know, if I'm always trying to defend against yesterday's war, then how much will we move forward as an armed forces unilaterally? Now, I can do that. I don't mind being unpopular, but you know, it is a risk, because who knows, and that is the challenge of defence and security.
Secretary of State, thank you very much indeed for fielding my questions. Thank you all. we've achieved the key thing, which is to finish on time for lunch. And can I invite everybody to break now? We will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks very much.
And it's a triple pleasure, really, for me to be helping out with this afternoon's session, partly because this very building was where I started my journalistic career in England, working for the BBC External Services, partly because I'm editorial advisor to Reaction, and partly because I'm a fellow of King's College, having been on the council for 9 years. So, however, it is not about me. As you all know, we are here to discuss the economic warfare and the implications for investment for the private sector coming from that in the next stage of our Defence of Europe panel. I should say we're going to talk for about half an hour, then we will be taking questions for the panel from the audience. When that happens, there'll be people with microphones. Please wait for the microphone, otherwise those people watching online or afterwards won't know what you're saying. But without further ado, let's welcome our panel. So we have Pauline Neville-Jones, who is a former chair of the Joint Intelligence Committee, also, of course, former security minister. And next to her, Dr. Martin Navias, who's a banking and finance lawyer and a senior visiting research fellow here at KCL. Then Merryn Somerset-Webb, contributing editor to the Financial Times. You'll certainly have seen her output if you're rich enough to read the money section of the FT on Saturdays. And finally, we're joined by Jacob Gear, who is head of surveillance and tracking at the United Kingdom Space Agency. Welcome to you all. Pauline, obviously we know about warfare in terms of fighting, but it seems to me, and I hope you agree, that there are many, many other components of modern warfare, as we've seen in Ukraine, particularly the whole question of economic muscle.
And indeed used in the form of sanctions. It's worth, I suppose, outlining, excuse me, briefly. Excuse me. I suppose you can say that there are basically three categories of sanctions that I can think of. There's a primary sanction. There is a secondary sanction when the operation of the primary sanctions is monitored and reinforced, possibly by secondary sanctions of a kind which put extra pressure on those who are not conforming and not joining the sanctions. And the third is counter-sanctions, which we've just seen the Russians impose via the way in which they've asked for oil and gas to be paid for, but also the way in which they have done something which I think is to their long-term disadvantage, which is to deny the Polish and the Bulgarian markets. Now, that says us something about Russian behavior, which they never did in the Cold War. They always fulfilled their contracts, and now they've broken a contract, which I think tells you that this is now a political weapon as far as the Russians are concerned, which is bound to have effects on how the West responds. It increases the pressure to move away from supply by Russia. The other thing I think is worth saying just about sanctions is if you have UN support and you have a UN resolution, you're likely to get, obviously, a good deal more buy-in from the rest of the world. I think increasingly that's hard to get. In the case of Russia, we clearly won't get it because you've got a member of the Security Council capable of blocking any resolution. So clearly adherence to a sanctions regime is going to be voluntary on the part of other states in the world. And as we've seen, not everybody is in agreement. So as far as the sanctions on Russia are concerned, it will be a partial feast. However, as the Western democracies, and particularly European countries, are a major purchaser of oil and gas, it will have an effect. What kind of effect is a different issue. I mean, the object often of sanctions is to undermine the economy of the country concerned in order to change the policy via popular pressure on the leadership. The difficulty with this thesis, which is, I think, true probably of pretty much all sanctions, is that the countries that are the object of sanctions are usually run by people who don't actually have much care for or truck with the welfare of their populace. Therefore, the likelihood of being impressed by popular discontent and opposition is rather low. the Ayatollahs, you can name a number. I don't, however, think that for that reason sanctions are ineffective. They don't always have the effect you want, and they can be absolutely counterproductive, as we are finding with the shock, and I think you use the word shock, that's been delivered to European economies in terms of the cost of energy. So you have to think it through before you go down the sanctions regime.
Martin, just how unprecedented are the sanctions we're seeing on both sides? I mean, what are we seeing? Because we're seeing government sanctions, but we're also seeing businesses making...
Yeah, people to people, that's the other one I forgot. State on people, Magnitsky, etc. So sorry.
Well, we're seeing a full spectrum kind of sanctions targeting Russia. I work on application of sanctions on a day-to-day basis. My view is from the ground. It's not standing back and looking at overall. And so my perspective comes from the application. Now, even before this war in this country, sanctions had become a very significant part of UK foreign policy. The last time I looked at the Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation website, there were over 30 regimes, I think about 34 different sanction regimes that we have to navigate around on a day-to-day basis and to which we have to apply EU sanctions, which will diverge ultimately from the UK sanctions, US and US secondary sanctions. And there are thousands of people across the city of London and on the continent trying to apply this, and it's costing billions of pounds. And then the war came, and we saw a whole raft of new sets of sanctions being applied. Trade sanctions, financial sanctions, immigration sanctions. I mean, in this country alone, over 1,000 people, new people have been designated, sanctioned, over 80 to 100 oligarchs, over 100 entities. So the question is, how effective have those been? Well, in the short term, I think they're irrelevant to the battlefield. In the middle term, in my view, they will strengthen Putin. In the long run, well, that's a different story in the long run. The question is, do we want to have sanctions in the long run? Because there are a number of questions that I would want to ask policymakers who are developing these sanctions that we are asked to apply here. Firstly, what are the purpose of these sanctions, right? Are we trying to influence the battlefield? Are we trying to, the sanctions in respect of Ukraine are articulated in that kind of way to get Russia to desist from its destabilizing actions in Ukraine. Are we trying to actually affect the battlefield? I mean, are we punishing Putin? Are we punishing his friends? Are we trying to punish the Russian people, right? Are we trying to affect regime change? And most importantly, from what I can see, what do the Russians have to do in order to get out from under the yoke of sanctions, right? Look, the North Koreans know what they have to do, and the Iranians also know what they have to do. But what do the Russians have to do? So that is the first point I would say. The second point I would say is that not only do we have to have an articulation by the government as to what the purpose of the sanctions are, but we also have a realistic expectation of what sanctions can do. There's a literature on the effectiveness on sanctions. We've been applying sanctions on North Korea, Cuba, Iran, and many other countries for decades. How's that going? The second point I would point out that there's been a lot of self-congratulation amongst policymakers and others in respect of sanctions on Russia. Joe Biden said the ruble will turn to rubble. The ruble looks pretty strong to me at this moment. Now, I understand the reasons for that, and they may not be long-term, but that is the fact. The second inescapable point, and you see this working, I don't like saying the front line because I don't like those military analogies, but on the ground, is that we are financing both sides of the war. We are actually financing both sides of the war. I know the reasons are explicable, right? We know that. We cannot pull ourselves out of our gas consumption and our oil and coal and our other commodity consumption. But this is outrageous. I mean, it's immoral, isn't it? I mean, we're in the ironic position that as we seek to curtail our imports of Russian commodities and oil and gas, we're pushing the price up. The Russians are earning more than they've ever earned as a result of oil and gas. So over the past 2 months, according to some figures, I mean, these figures are contested, obviously, the Russians have earned over $44 billion from their exports to Europe, as opposed to 140 billion during 2021. They're almost 50% in terms of income of their projections for 2022. And there are other effects of sanctions too, which you previously stated. These things have to be thought through, and sometimes I don't think they are thought through. There's a problem of de-risking. I mean, effectively on the ground, you don't really expect financial institutions to sit around and look, is this individual subject to sanctions? Is that individual subject? It doesn't work like that, right? People will totally de-risk from anything Russian. So ordinary people will not do. And finally, my last point is that there are third world countries, there are other countries that do not have a dog in this fight, that are suffering the consequences of these rising energy prices. So my answer to you is the sanctions at the moment, in the long term, they will hold out some hope, but in the short and medium term, the consequences are there for our economies, and our allies' economies are pretty significant.
Well, thank you for that. You were talking about the impact on the private sector, on business there, and Marion, you know, these days, companies, investors, they want to respect ESG, economic and social and governance issues. They want to be seen to do the right thing. But how easy is it to really do the right thing in terms of wanting to have an impact of put the pressure on Russia to stop the war?
Yeah, well, this is really interesting. It's one of the things I've been writing about for a while, but the war has really thrown it in fairly sharp relief. You know, there's been a huge amount of money pouring into ESG strategies for investing since about 2015, based on the idea that if you invest in a way taking into account all these different factors, you will also do better. So over time, you'll outperform every index under the sun if you just behave well at the same time. But the question is, A, how do you behave well, and B, is the outperformance bit true? And we don't know about the outperformance bit, but we do know is that it's verging on impossible to identify good behavior when it comes to the corporate world. You know, we do an awful lot of box ticking, which makes the whole thing very, very rigid, but we also have a million different organizations creating the boxes, which makes it incredibly flexible at the same time, which of course makes it completely meaningless. And one of the things that I wrote about a few weeks ago was about the defense sector. Now, if you run an ESG fund of any kind over the last five years or so, you will have been absolutely determined to avoid the defense sector because it doesn't tick any boxes at all. It's not environmentally friendly. It doesn't appear to be socially friendly. It doesn't perhaps encourage good governance. So if you look at any defense company, you would go, well, that's not ESG. So what do? You exclude it. And in excluding it, you make it unpopular, you get to the point of beginning to starve it of capital, you move defense companies into the private sector, etc. And all these they are not good things, they are bad things. And along the way, you take an industry that in fact we now look at and say, well, in fact, this is an S and this is a G, because without defense companies, how can we preserve living standards? How can we preserve life even? So suddenly, defense is an S. It may be a G. Gosh, it may even be an E if you fiddle around with the numbers enough. So the concept of what is ESG and what is not is shifting all the time. And the other big part of that, which reflects partly what you were saying, is the fossil fuel industry, which has been treated as an absolute pariah by ESG for the last decade plus. Again, constantly being excluded from ESG portfolios, being treated as though it is in itself a genuinely evil thing. And we see that extending into governments as well. And as we starve our big old companies of capital and as we push our
They're not that short of it right now.
Huh?
They're not that short of it right now.
Not right now, but they have been in the past. And you know, that's in part why we are where we are at the moment. We have discouraged fossil fuel production in the West, in countries which we might consider to be friendly, including our own for that matter, and that has left us overly dependent on external sources. So you might say what we've done is effectively kind of advanced self-sanctioned ourselves with our ESG strategies, and that needs a very big conversation in the investment industry right now.
Now, what about the final frontier then, space? How is the war impacting on space, both in terms of government and increasing private sector investment?
Well, firstly, let me say hello and thank you for the invitation. I represent the UK Space Agency. We're an agency part of government. We look after civil matters, so defence and war isn't my normal subject matter. And there's people here that know more about it than I do. To answer your question, space is inherently a dual-use sector, a dual-use environment. everything in space can be used for civilian purposes or indeed for military. And so I think we've seen the recent conflict in Ukraine prove to people just how dependent they are upon space assets, or what a difference satellites in the right place at the right time can make to your war effort. A couple of examples, if I may. The Russians have been denying or jamming GPS all around the Donbass region and down to the south as well. So they've been using local assets to jam the signals coming down from space, degrading Ukrainian armaments targeting communications. On the side of the Ukrainians, Earth observation data, pictures taken from satellites of the ground. So there's a famous picture of the Russian convoy inching towards and then away from Kiev, all taken by commercial satellite companies that just provided their data for free to Ukraine and the world. Just there you go. You've got an iStar capability for free on day 2 of the war. Fantastic. The OneWeb satellites, a partly British government-owned company, had 36 satellites and a launch pad in Baikonur in Kazakhstan. The Russians said, thank you very much, we'll take all of those, and are now busy looking at the various different hardware and software that's gone into them as well. That's an effect of war on our industry as well. So we've seen recently a recognition of space as an important domain. We've seen NATO recognising space as a warfighting domain. We've seen the UK Space Command stood up, joining the French, US, now the Australian Space Command, Japan. The military's getting more interested in this domain. On the civilian side, I think we're starting to see a lot more procurement outside of the US. The US was always a procurement-led space sector. The government was underpinning that area. I think now in the UK and other areas, we're starting to see lots more chunky government contracts for space capabilities coming out. And we've started that conversation about sovereignty, about independence, about requiring national protection of the supply chain, for example, because people are recognising how important space is. And that is starting to be felt across the space sector here in the UK.
Marion, how does space do on ESG?
I don't think it gets many ratings yet, but I suspect that, well, as I say, ESG is everything and nothing. There'll be some people who'll be able to find lots of boxes to tick for everything in space to be a good thing, and some people will find lots of them tick for it to be a bad thing.
I mean, it's interesting.
The flexibility
the
of it.
world's 2 richest men are going into space, aren't they?
And they are. And again, I mean, Twitter is an absolute classic of the ESG conversation, right? So, I mean, I wrote another column a little while ago, well, last week, maybe the week before, when we were talking about Elon Musk taking over Twitter. And I looked at its ESG ratings, and it has very high ratings. But would you necessarily give it a high rating under S? You know, so once you start looking at it properly, and will you give it a higher rating on S once it's owned by Elon Musk than you've given it when it's owned by the market? How much do we value free speech? Is free speech an S? Is it a G? We'll find out.
If I can come in there, the same satellites I mentioned that flying over Ukraine, giving free imagery to the Ukrainians, about 6 hours later, they're flying over the Amazon, looking for deforestation, for new changes in the rainforest there. That's pretty much their environmental raison d'etre before this conflict, and now they find a new market to buy or supply their services to.
Pauline Neville-Jones, as the almost politician here, what do you say to Martin's view that sanctions basically are pretty flawed?
Well, first of all, the question we do have to ask is, well, what's the alternative? I mean, you said rightly that we're financing both sides of the war. If we didn't have any sanctions, we'd be financing the other side of the war even more. So, you know, it's not ideal. It's not, you know, it's not perfect, but I think you have to argue that and have to accept that it's a contribution to policy. I think sanctions are always overwritten, you know, as to what they can achieve. They don't, on the whole, bring down regimes, but they can do them quite a lot of damage. I would say that this war, combined with the economic penalties that it's imposing on the existing globalized system, is going to have long-term consequences. Because as I say, I don't think we're going to go back, you know, to a status quo ante with the Russians. So I think we have, this is permanent change in the game, I think. And I think it's unless I'm quite wrong about, you know, how quickly this war ends, we are going to find, I think, that we revert to something that Ben Wallace used the term twice in the previous session, containment. And then we're going to see quite a lot of old policies resurrected.
Martin, I mean, you said that you thought in the medium term this would actually strengthen Putin, the regime. Why? Because of the money?
Well, because he controls the media within Russia. He controls the narrative. We don't have access to the Russian people directly, and he can explain the hardships that are occurring to the Russian people by our actions.
And one of the things that's missing in our policy is any kind of counter-information. You know, I'm old enough to go back to the Cold War when we had in the Foreign Office something called Information Research Department, which was a polite title for actually interfering in other people's politics. And we did it very actively and rather successfully. And the Russians do it to us, but what have we done so far?
Well, it should be said, I think the BBC World Service has upped
you did
its
much more
input
subtly
into
than that.
Russia.
The Russians are doing it all the time to us with their cyber operations. Now, I'm not suggesting we emulate all of the tactics they use, but we do need to try to penetrate what you've just correctly identified as being Putin's monopoly at home. The other thing I would say is that, though it does take time, I think that globalized trade, you know, it isn't now a question of sending out finished product or stopping finished product. It's very much more a supply chain. And I think it is going to be the case that he's going to find that there are things missing in the supply chain, which is going to hamper not only the economy, but actually his military capability as well. There's more inside, you know, Russian armament of Western origin than people realize. So this is not without, I think, you know, real impact actually on fighting capability.
I agree with what you say.
Yeah.
You raise the issue, what is the option, right? And there isn't an option. I agree absolutely that we should be sanctioning the Russians for their aggression. What I would oppose, and we haven't come to that yet, is secondary sanctions. What I mean by secondary sanctions is what the US does it in relation to Iran and Cuba, is that we sanction other countries that are dealing with the Russians. I would feel uncomfortable about that because many of those countries would be countries that have little choice. Because, I mean, we're already feeling the consequences.
Well, India would be an obvious example.
India, Sri Lanka, Peru. There are a whole raft of countries that are feeling the consequences. Now, in the short term, as I said, and I think we agree, the impact on the war will be minimal, right? Putin doesn't need us to do anything for him to prosecute the war in the short term. In the midterm, as I said, it will strengthen him. In the long term, yeah, because his weapon system, his economy is dependent. In the long term, we will force down his GDP, we'll reduce the consumption in Russia, we'll reduce investment, and we will create a lot of problems. So what we've got to ask ourselves, and that's another question which the government has got to provide us, is, as I asked, what do the Russians have to do to get out of it? And how does this relate to our end game?
I mean, you've asked that question, but isn't the answer stop the war? I mean, not invade Ukraine. I mean, that's fairly simple, isn't it?
That will be settled on the battlefield. What I'm asking is, do we want to be in a position, and we've been down this route before, where we continue to sanction a regime that feels defeated, lost, resentful. I mean, we've done this before and it didn't end very well, okay? We don't want to make the pip squeak. So what I'm saying...
Well, I mean, reparations is an interesting question when you see the destruction that's
reparations is a good talking point, but practically I don't see it happening. I mean, we can't seriously believe, right? I mean, the Russians are facing some form of defeat, right? Whether it's spinnable or catastrophic. But I cannot imagine a circumstances where we will occupy Moscow and force them to pay reparations like we did to the Germans in 1918. That's dream time.
I mean, one of the obvious purposes of sanctions is kind of disinvestment, isn't it? To get companies out, and companies aren't pulling out. So in that sense, they're working, aren't they?
For companies, yes. So if what you want from the listed companies around the world is for them to divest themselves of all their operations in Russia immediately, then yes, you're getting that. An awful lot are. In fact, the majority have. And you're also having what you just said about lack of discrimination when it comes to dealing with, for example, Russian people in the city, etc. Instead of looking at who's sanctioned and who isn't, you're getting a sort of mass pullback of all business with people with Russian connections, etc. So you are seeing that happen, absolutely. But it's a bit late in the day, I think, is the thing to say there, and that there is this G in ESG, and all of the fund managers, investment managers who over the last 4 or 5 years have been heavily invested in Russian companies should now be looking at themselves and saying, well, was I actually paying any attention to the G, or for that matter, to the S? So, for example, take the big Russian oil and gas companies. Now, if you looked at the ESG ratings on those, even through March this year, quite a few of those big companies had better ESG ratings than, for example, companies operating in the North Sea supplying gas to the UK. And better ESG ratings than a lot of the companies that you and I would think of as being perfectly reasonable and providing perfectly adequate goods and services to consumers here. So that just shows you that the wrong boxes are being ticked, because if you had looked at those companies and thought, well, hang on a tick, the natural resources curse is something we've all known about for a long time, and we all know, we should know if we've studied any economic history, that if you support companies in resource-rich countries, the taxes of which go to support non-democratic governments, you tend to end up with some kind of crisis or another, and this, of course, is one that affects us all. So were you sitting around a couple of years ago looking at your ESG portfolio and looking at what you had ticked and what you had not, and had any foresight around the G, possibly you would have invested differently. So there's a big wake-up call here for the industry when it comes to G.
Jacob, I certainly think of a lot of space as international cooperation. We had the International Space Centre and all the rest of it, but are we entering a new era of national competition to a certain extent?
I think it does appear that we are a little bit. The cooperation in space, so the International Space Station, which was always a Russian, US and other nations coalescing around that seems to be now being something the Russians want to pull out from and stop doing. The Russian support to exploration missions, going to the moon, going to Mars, things that have no military consequence at all, seems to be lessening now. They've stopped launching our science payloads. There's a particular rover that's been built in Stevenage called the Rosalind Franklin rover. Needs a Russian system to get down to the surface of Mars. We're now going to have to go back, spend about 4 or 5 years and quite a lot of money finding a new system somewhere else in the world to do the same job. So there are impacts of this, and it is becoming quite apparent that the Russians see their space capabilities as something they can trade and take away or put back to suit their political ambitions. And one final point, we're yet to see how China are going to mirror this or otherwise. Do they see this as a playbook they can look to do the same thing with? There's been no change in their cooperation with international partnership at the moment, but they have started talking about Russian-Chinese space stations, Russian-Chinese moon bases. So again, those allies in the military sphere seem to be coming together into the space domain as well. And that will, as I said earlier, have military implications in the longer term.
Right, we're going to take questions in just a moment, so if you could raise your hands. What we'll try and do is get the people with the microphones to you in advance, so we don't have sort of awkward pauses. Anyone who's got a question already, one there at the back. We'll bring you in a moment. Anyone else? Second question? No, okay, well, we'll have those in a moment, but I want to, before we go to the floor, I want to ask you something about we haven't talked about so far. Magnitsky sanctions, in other words, personalised sanctions, a lot of media focus on oligarchs, and of course we've had the Abramovich, Chelsea situation, all the rest of it. Are those a good idea?
Well, there's been, I think, a feeling that the whole Russian investment, personal, oligarchic in London, dirty money, needs clearing up. And that's been around for a very long time. And rightly, I mean, we do not want to become a washing machine for dirty money. The city is probably has been involved in that. And our legal profession, a lot of other things. So I think not particularly savoury. Does the present sanctioning of given individuals make much difference in real life? No, it makes it difficult for them to travel. Mr. Putin now clearly can't leave Russia, and a whole lot of other people can't leave Russia safely. I mean, they will be subject to international arrest. So, I mean, it has effects on personal freedoms, but I'm, to be frank, a bit sceptical about it.
So am I.
What do you think, Mary?
Well, one of the problems with it, as you said earlier, is that Russian money is shot through our entire system in one way or another. There are lots of well-off Russians living in London. They're very fully invested in our financial system. And if you have sanctions on individuals, no one knows who's going to be sanctioned next or who is connected to who. So you do end up bunging up a lot of stuff. I mean, that may be okay, but there are a lot of unintended consequences in the financial world from sanctioning a few prominent people.
I should add, I think then they're not as complicating a factor. I mean, it enables us to express disapproval, and people like me want to do that. But it's not as complicating a factor as the allegations about war crimes and all the other charges of a nature, which will now make it quite difficult to know whether you can actually deal with any of these people. And you have to find new interlocutors who haven't actually been given these labels in order to have a negotiation.
Martin,
so that's also quite tricky.
Yeah, I mean, the oligarchs have got a lot of bad press, and rightfully so. But sometimes the reporting has gone slightly over the line. The oligarchs have infiltrated our society, and their money is everywhere. Within 2 seconds, the government rolled them up overnight. And no oligarchs have ever had
Not
any...
all of them.
I'll come to that one, the one I'm thinking about. If these people had infiltrated our society, as was claimed, they were as effective as the Russian Air Force in the first 2 weeks of the war, which means they weren't very effective. Indeed, there was one case that I looked at of a Russian oligarch that owned some newspapers and was in the House of Lords, and his dad was a former KGB agent. And I thought, gee whiz, that looks pretty awkward. But he's still there, and we're still doing what we're doing. So, I mean, we have a problem in this country of where we cannot determine the provenance of funding that's coming into it. Our competitors, and I'm not talking about Moscow, I'm talking about Paris, Amsterdam, and Frankfurt, they have the same problem. Ours is bigger because our economy is bigger. But ultimately, this is a criminal problem that can be managed and is being managed to the best of everybody's capability.
Right, let's go to the floor. Gentleman there, and then we'll come there next. Has he got a microphone? Yep.
Hi there, my name is Aryan.
Yeah, carry on.
I have a question about talking about secondary sanctions. So with reference to India in particular, buying discounted Russian energy products, which are kind of undermining the sanctions. But on the other hand, how would you deal with a country like that? Because on one hand, it's causing problems when trying to counter Russia. But on the other hand, long-term thinking with China, you wouldn't want to alienate India because, of course, you have to think with the Pacific region, India will be a very important country to deal with.
They want to feel that India.
Well, if I heard the question correctly, I mean, it seems to me that it would be a mistake for us to try to impose secondary sanctions on India. If you really want to get support, what you need to be able to do clearly is to offer them an alternative. That in the short term, that may be difficult in the energy market. But I certainly do think that one needs to continue to talk to countries like India. An exchange of views and actually explaining each other's difficulties is not a silly thing to be doing. Similarly, one wants obviously to persuade people that aligning themselves with China in this is not a brilliant idea. And the Chinese themselves have been, as far as I can see, quite careful. They haven't, in fact, endorsed the takeover of Crimea. I think they regard their Taiwan issue as being the law on their side. We might disagree with that. But therefore, I think legalism is actually quite important in this game. So I don't actually see them as coming in right behind the Russians. I think they won't discard them, but I think they'll be quite careful. So there may not be this sort of great coalescing of two autocratic countries. And we need to prevent that happening. And that is going to require very skillful diplomacy. And it's diplomacy we keep on coming back to in this, that needs to accompany the military and the economic.
Yeah, I agree with that and what was said about secondary sanctions. There are many countries out there, India is a primary one, that do not see the war the way we see the war. And even if they did see the war the way we see the war, do not have the economic capability to divest themselves from their Russian connections.
And there's no UN obligation to do so.
Absolutely. And just lastly, if I can just push back on something you said, Adam. You said the easiest way to end sanctions is for the war to end, right? But it's not exactly like that, because what happens if the Russians determine tomorrow we'll just stop, right? We'll stop, we'll sit in place. Does that mean, and there they are, does that mean that sanctions then
Well, I wouldn't define that as the end of the war. I mean,
okay, so it's your definition of what the end of the war looks like.
All right, but...
it is a great risk, Adam.
Yeah, Miriam, I just want to ask you about this. I don't know what you call it. I mean, one of the things about the city which has grown the financial sector is basically they take anybody's money. And now there's a kind of element of nationalism, if not racism, perhaps in some cases, coming into it. And presumably, that will mean a much smaller city in the long run, won't it?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it depends on how you look at our competition. If everyone behaves in the same way, then the city doesn't necessarily get smaller. And I don't see why you can't be an entirely open financial centre while still having in place filters to prevent dirty money coming in. And that's something we haven't been particularly good at, is the filtering. But we can get better at that without being quite as indiscriminate as we're being at the moment.
But I mean, a rough guess, how much of the percentage of the money going through the city is dirty money?
I can't make that guess. I'm simply not privy to that information.
I mean, are we talking 10, half?
No, I mean, this is the city is a hugely successful place, and the majority of the money inside it is legitimate. It's one of the greatest service centres in the world. The City of London is a phenomenal place. Taking away the dirty money around the edges is going to be marginal.
Okay, next question. There, gentleman there.
Hi, yeah. It's the principal job of all governments to protect their citizenry. What can defence and aerospace firms do to reach out to investors, retail or institutional, to let them know that investment in those industries is important? Secondly, the amount of foreign investment in Russia is dwarfed by foreign investment in China. Is the panel's feeling towards that positive? What could potentially happen with the situation in China? If you could speak to that, that'd be great.
Well, do you want me to say that first one?
Yeah.
Investment. Well, the first thing to say is that they can stop telling them that it's bad, right? So we've spent the last 5 years listening to the investment industry, encouraged by every lobby group under the sun. And this is fair, it makes sense, right? So after the great financial crisis, the financial industry was deemed the most evil thing in the world. So they need to find a way to claw back from that depth of misery and show everyone that they're really, really good people trying to do really, really good things. And ESG is partly an effect of that fantastic marketing campaign that they've been doing. But in doing so, they have simply announced ESG, this is good. If we follow these rules, this is a good thing. What they haven't done is stop to explain to the end investor, to the retail investor, the beneficial investor, the actual owner of all assets, what that means. If we do this, the consequences are. If we do this, the consequences are. I'm not entirely sure, to be fair, they thought this through themselves, but now they're getting a good lesson in what the consequences are of the way in which they have invested and the way in which they have marketed over the last 5 years. So what we need to see now is a reversal, and we are getting that already. You're already seeing a lot of the big fund managers, as I said earlier, saying, well, yeah, defense, maybe that's okay. And fossil fuels, actually kind of turns out we need them. And oh, do you know what? The coal we need to make the steel, to make the wind turbines, maybe that's not so bad after all. So we're seeing that reversal already. It's beginning to become more nuanced. So we need to see a much more nuanced marketing approach from the city, a much more nuanced approach to what is good and what is bad. And also, one of the things I talk about a lot in my work is a kind of radical transparency from the fund management industry to their end clients. This is what we're doing. This is what the companies we're investing in do. These are the consequences of how we and they invest and what they do. And how do you feel about it? So, there's been a huge information gap between the industry and the beneficial owners of the assets that industry manages. And I hope that if there is any silver lining at all to drag out here, one of them may be a change in that dynamic.
And Martin, if we're moving towards, as Pauline says, a containment era, does that mean pulling back in China as well?
Well, the precedent has been set now. The way we have treated Russian individuals and Russian money in this country can be used against Chinese money as well, and other individuals that we do not take too much to at the moment. I mean, If I can just say one thing about the oligarchs and the city. Member of Parliament got up and named and shamed lawyers who were defending oligarchs for reasons that you've set out, because they were representing the oligarchs and apparently defending their money. I think that is wrong, okay? The lawyers follow the law. If members of Parliament do not like the law, then they must change the law, right? And as Lord Panic, QC, said quite explicitly, that is the way we work. We have due process in this country, and that's what differentiates ourselves from Putin's Russia. And mass murderers, like oligarchs, both of them have the right to legal services. As you, and I agree with what you said, the city is a massive component of the British economy. I don't think that dirty money impugns the reputation of the totality of the city. It's a criminal problem, but the reputation of the city, its capabilities, its employment, strengths is massive, and I don't think we should go around adopting some of the talking points of our competitors.
Do we need more regulation?
More regulation? Well, I wanted to say something about China in that respect. We just passed an act which is intended actually to make it harder to make investments or cooperate with China in areas which the government has defined as being technologically or industrially very important. And I think there's a large degree of agreement about their definitions, not necessarily going to be so easy to implement. But nevertheless, what you can see, this has really nothing to do with what we're talking about Ukraine. It's a much longer term trend towards onshoring. The Americans are doing it more vigorously than we are, but I think we're all going to do it. And even countries like Germany, seeing their IP stolen absolutely consistently by the Chinese now, are much less keen on investment in China. They'd rather do it at home and export. So there is a change in structures going on, which I think what happens now in Russia, of course, is going to reinforce. All of these things, if you regard globalization as good news, which broadly has brought a lot of prosperity, though some inequalities, I would say, these are all, in a sense, backward moves, but I think they've got the wind behind them, and I think we are going to see it happen.
I mean, Jacob, in your area of space, do you see any difference between Russia and China in terms of attitudes towards cooperation, the rule of law and all of that?
6 months ago, the Russians were more cooperative than China were, and now obviously that paradigm has shifted quite substantially. It's interesting what you were just saying. We are now seeing that the onshoring is the word you used. I mentioned sovereignty earlier, or independence. We are seeing that push in the space sector as well. Export control being talked about much more openly, and now just a fact of life for companies. It used to be the US companies were hot on that, and UK companies sort of shrugged. Now companies start to have their export control officers. They're getting used to that way of working as well. And actually, you can see it being a good thing for the UK economy. As long as we don't try and shift and cliff edge the capabilities or the supply chain we need, we gradually move them over and onshore them, as you say.
Is there room in space for cooperation with China?
Yes, very much so. It is fantastic, the academic collaboration we have with them at the moment on a number of areas. It's the actual missions, you give us that bit and we'll give you that part, that isn't quite working just yet.
Over there.
Good afternoon. My name's Roman Cassini. I'm head of ESG, a London-based asset manager, and previously I was in the British Army for almost 10 years. I just wondered if the panel could comment on one particular sanction, which I think has been perhaps particularly remarkable, both in the context of this particular conflict, but also perhaps more broadly the impacts that we might see down the line, and that's the US freezing of Russia's foreign effects reserves.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Almost, I think, 300 billion of Russian reserves were frozen, and like 100 billion of their gold. Yeah, this was part of Putin's war chest that he put in place to get Russia through the sanctions, right? And I will agree that was one aspect that he did not expect. But but I will say that he has undertaken a number of other methods to shore up the ruble. I mean, Russian imports are decreasing anyway, right? So the balance of payments position in Russia is not as bad as what one would have thought would be the situation by now. But obviously, yeah, for sure, that has been a powerful move. However, it raises questions, and the last point I made, it raises questions about how much countries can trust an American dollar-denominated system. Because if the Americans and the West can do this, well, maybe it's not the safest way. Maybe we should look at the Chinese system. Now, of course, the Chinese have their own problems. I mean, at the moment, they don't even allow free foreign exchange to go out, which is why the Russians couldn't put their money there in the first place. But yeah, I would say that has been one of the more powerful sanctions that have been put in place, unlike the oligarchs, which look good when we get hold of their boats and we chuck their girlfriends out of their houses in Kensington. Okay, those kind of foreign exchange freezes are very important.
I was going to say, I think a very important point just been made. I do think it has results that potentially go wider than just Russia. And one of the issues is going to be, how long could you keep that kind of freeze on? How long should you keep that kind of freeze on? But, you know, other countries are going to look at this. I would put some money, you know, on the Chinese reducing their dollar reserves and seeking another thing, which is, you know, trying to get international contracts written in renminbi, euros, reducing the impact which the Americans exploit to the full of the dollar being the currency of international settlement. They are putting that at risk, I think. So, you know, it's something that they really need to think about, and how far they take it.
You agree?
Just agreeing, yeah, nod, entirely. Absolutely. I mean, that's been something that's been talked about for a long time, but this might be one of the triggers to it actually happen.
What direction would you think it will shift in?
I just think dollar will be a smaller...
What currency would you buy right now?
You're trying to get me onto cryptocurrencies.
Where would you buy cryptocurrencies?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. What currency would I buy now? Right now, probably still the dollar. Absolutely. This stuff doesn't happen quickly. Sure, yeah. Right now, definitely the dollar. And this is a gradual change. Do we end up with not one main currency being the settlement currency across the world? Do we end up with think about the way that the world has moved towards this period of globalization where we all do everything together, but we're moving towards a much more fractured world, and that may affect the currency markets as well.
And where's the UK going to be? Is it going to be in the dollar zone or the euro zone?
Dollar zone, yeah.
What this
You're moving me into lots of guesswork here, Adam.
This reduces the impact of secondary sanctions, because essentially secondary sanctions, as pursued by the US, are pursued through their ability to stop people's contracts right around the world.
But the reason the Americans can be so aggressive is because they're reasonably confident. What are the alternatives? Yeah. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, people do find alternatives,
but for large sums and for huge percentages of your
also
economy.
As well, if we're looking at friend shoring, onshoring, reshoring, whatever you like to call it, we get that currency fracturing anyway. Sorry.
Okay, let's get a question there, and then we'll come to the lady there.
Tim Stickings, I'm a journalist at The National. If the war settles down into a long battle in the east, at what point do we think Western governments start losing interest or cracking on sanctions, or stop being able to sell sanctions to the public as being sort of politically necessary because of the dire situation?
I missed the beginning of the question.
Well, if the war grinds on, at what point do we get bored with sanctions?
I think the question is a good one. How long can we keep up this level of enthusiastic unity? It will require a lot of effort, you know. I mean, and when we get into the autumn and it starts getting cold, and everybody has a domestic crisis as well, it's an excellent question, and the government's got to work hard at keeping people, you know, in a sense, inspired by the good cause.
I mean, Martin, does history tell us anything about how long you can sustain these sort of sanctions?
Well, this is not my area. So our domestic politics, I know as little as much as anybody. But I would have met. Well, what I do know anecdotally is that most people are influenced by domestic issues and economic issues, not by foreign policy issues. And the fact is, Ukraine is far away. What we know about that conflict is, you know what I mean?
Well, not necessarily, not so far. And of course, if we have a danger of escalation, we may be in an entirely different political military situation. I mean, you know, this...
The question was, what happens if it grinds on?
If it grinds on, but if it grinds on, it may well, as we heard this morning, and I think it's right, it may well be escalating.
Will pressure mount, do you think, from the city and elsewhere to drop these things?
Well, it depends on inflation numbers and cost of living crisis, political fuss. You know, as long as inflation remains high, you know, you can look at the sanctions and look at the war and say, you know, this is where it's coming from. It isn't necessarily, by the way, it's coming from all sorts of areas, but that's the obvious place. And so how long does the political unity remain to allow that cost of living crisis to just carry on?
Do you think it might, if it does go on, sort of further fracture international cooperation?
I think it might do. It's interesting what you said about the cost of living crisis. Let's wait 6 months and that inflation going up and people can't heat their homes or buy their food or whatever it may be. And then the cost of sanctions is becoming clear to the UK public. It might be difficult to continue selling that.
But you're right. Will have to act
it's the autumn and winter time when this is going to get really, really in people's faces.
There you are.
Hi, my name's Emma Cosmao and I'm an MA student at King's. We've talked a lot about China and changing away from the dollar, and I've been looking at Armenia a lot and their alignment with Russia and with Iran. And my question is, as they move towards the ruble, what does this mean for Iran? What does this mean for Armenia? That has quite a close relationship with the US. How is that going to change?
Well, I mean, turning to Iran, right? I mean, we know this is a separate topic in itself. I mean, there are strong efforts at the moment to reach an agreement with Iran, a revitalization of the JCPOA, and then there will be a relaxation of sanctions against Iran, in the hope that that relaxation on the sanctions will come with an ability to moderate Iran's proliferation behavior, right? Is that a good idea? Well, I don't want to go into that, but if sanctions are reduced on Iran, well, then that will be one area where commodities may derive from and may help, like, ameliorate some of the pressure that is on us. And I think that is some of the thinking behind this. But whether it's a good idea in itself or that is a totally separate issue. But from an economic issue, yeah, I can see an agreement with Iran whereby Iran is able to export its commodities to us, will relax some of the pressure, certainly relax pressure on those developing countries that are really starting to suffer from Russian.
Well, weren't you really talking about the converse, though?
Yes. Yeah.
Precisely what I was going to say. With the other way around, that Iran is aligning with Russia through Armenia. They're using Armenia as a bridge to trade in rubles at the moment.
I think.
My question is what's going to change with that?
Exactly. I mean,
I think the Russians have a potential interest in undermining the current JCPOA negotiations in order to form a little ruble family, along with Armenia and possibly some others. I mean, this is the kind of counter sanction, you know, which we must expect to happen.
Do you see that happening, Maren?
Sorry, you're outside my area here.
Really? Currencies? I thought that was it.
Well, you know, the details in here of Armenia and...
No. I just wondered whether you see the possibility of an emerging ruble group or something.
Yes, I mean, that's what I meant earlier when I said with the pullback of globalization and the pullback of the dollar over time, you are going to end up with much larger currency groups competing with each other. And you know, this is symptomatic, possibly, of that beginning.
Right,
That put pressure on Kazakhstan and Georgia.
Yep, lady up there.
Hi.
Yep.
Working?
Yeah, carry on.
Hi, Anna MacDonald from Amati Global Investors. I wondered what effect you felt that if we do decide to roll over on our sanctions when times get a little bit tough at the end of this year, what kind of precedent that sets when we look at Taiwan and China, and Taiwan still makes 80% of the world's semiconductor chips.
Pauline, one for you.
I'm a bit deaf on
what do you think the impact of what is happening in Ukraine, the sanctions and all the is going to have on calculations about China and Taiwan on both sides, I guess.
Right, that's a $64,000 question.
Was that right?
Yeah, right. Well, first of all, I think they'll watch very carefully. I don't think they'll do anything, for quite a bit until they have sized up, I suppose, how serious we are. I think we're probably turned out to be more serious in opposing Russia than they expected, and they will have taken notice of that. And they'll say, well, if they can do that there, perhaps take the Americans a bit more seriously over Taiwan. They will look to see how the rest of the world reacts and whether we manage to alienate other people such that actually they do have a congery of people in their corner. And I've no doubt that they will, pushing out a message of a kind which increases their level of support. And I think that one is frankly all to play for. But I think they will. I think in fact they will be careful, because what they now know is that actually, contrary to previous expectations, the Western world can be quite serious, and they'll wait to see whether we're actually willing to use force.
I'd say one French foreign policy expert and cynic said to me, if this goes badly for Russia, and I was China, I wouldn't look at Taiwan, I'd look at Siberia. So.
But I mean, you asked right at the beginning, why were we engaging in sanctions? I think right at the beginning you said that. And I think for an awful long time we've been engaging in sanctions because we wanted to evade military action. I mean, it's a substitute policy for actually. Yes.
What do you think about China?
The day is going to come, I think, where I'd be very surprised if we get away with what's happening in Ukraine without actually being faced with the question of whether we don't have to take military collective action.
I agree that China's been watching what is happening with our sanctions very carefully, and they have been quite surprised by the unity of effort and the strength. But my own view in relation to China and Taiwan is that the main point that will influence their decision will be a military one. Can they do it militarily and not? If they can do it militarily, then they will deal with the sanctions as it comes.
That's an open question, I think.
Right. So, I mean, that's a separate issue, right? But I don't think sanctions in themselves, no matter how effective against the Russians, will ultimately determine what course of action China adopts against Taiwan. If they do anything, it's because they'll be confident that they can do it.
Right. Can I chip in on that? It's what I was talking about earlier with the whole ESG thing and the lack of consideration around G. Another area where the investment industry has been fairly lax in its analysis has been looking at the G around China. So, there's been an awful lot of focusing on individual companies in China and individual areas of growth, and an awful lot looking at the fact that the companies that people are hoping to make large amounts of money from over the next decade or so are encased inside a system that doesn't necessarily fit either the S or the G that would suit the ordinary retail investor, where they stop to think about it. And that's another thing that the industry has to sit down and have a really good think about over the next couple of years.
This is going to be our last question from the gentleman there.
Josh Bernatchez, Royal Canadian Navy. I'm just curious, as this sort of discussion trends towards talking about the long-term goal of sanctions, which might be along the lines of containment, how do you, one, keep them effective over long term without secondary sanctions, understanding the reason you wouldn't want to impose them, but they're not usually effective without them? And how do you avoid getting further into not just the cost of living crisis, but the wider supply chain crisis? We already talked about semiconductors as being sort of one of the next battlefields. The things that go along with that globalization issue seems to be the next questions we have to solve strategically. And how do we start doing that?
Right, question about secondary sanctions driven by the Americans, particularly if this goes on. Won't you have to use secondary sanctions for the sanctions to continue to be effective, Martin?
Yeah, over time, the power of sanctions will dissipate, and the United States will no doubt try to impose secondary sanctions. I would say that against the EU and the UK, the US tries secondary sanctions, and we have blocking regulations, right? There are blocking regulations that prevent UK and EU companies from complying with American sanctions. Now, the truth is, that in many circumstances, you then find yourself between a rock and a hard place. You either comply with American sanctions, or you comply with UK and US, or you comply with UK or EU sanctions. What to do, right? The unofficial answer is you comply with American sanctions, because the consequences of not doing so can be so huge in terms of financial penalties that many companies ultimately end up complying with Americans. But there are various legal stratagems that you can do to avoid that dilemma.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you all finally for a final thought to end what has been an absolutely stimulating panel. Jacob.
I would say that the crisis in Ukraine has shown how important space is to all the military nations that are involved here, but also I think it shows how important cooperation is internationally to getting to Mars and the Moon, and that is now starting to suffer.
Mary.
The most important thing that comes out of this is the importance of the financial industry, the industry I watch, doing an awful lot less in the way of box ticking and marketing, an awful lot more in the way of thinking very carefully about what is good and what isn't good for us as a whole. Very different things.
Yeah, sometimes you often read financial warfare, weapons of war, financial weapons of mass destruction. I saw financial shock and awe in the Financial Times. Most important thing to remember, financial war is not real war. Yeah, real war is boom, boom. Financial war is something completely different, often used as a panacea, as a substitute for real action.
Corey.
Well, I would like to think, we were advancing. I think we're on even if we win this war, my starting proposition, I think the future is going to be less good than it is at the moment. And it could go really bad. So I think we're going to have a very difficult beginning of the century.
Well, on that cheering note, thank you very much indeed to my panels. Thank you. And I think we've got to pause now about 10, 15 minutes, that's right. But please be back because very exciting things coming up with Neil Ferguson. And a continuous session until the end with certain elements. At the end, I'm sure you'll all want to hear what Professor Sir Lawrence Freedman has got to say, summing up the conference, and he is going to be speaking after we've heard from King's students their declaration about what they've heard this afternoon. But before that, a very important session, which is, I'm going to hand over to you for that, to John Bewers, who you'll know from King's, but also currently on loan to number 10 Downing Street. John.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? Excellent. I think we're just waiting for Ian V to turn Neil on the screen. If you're going to, there he is. Excellent. Welcome, Professor Ferguson, to a virtual event at King's College London. I hope you can see everything in the room okay?
Yes, I can, Professor Bew.
Excellent.
Very
excellent.
Nice to see you.
Now, you have Neil's truncated, but nonetheless very kind biography, but just for a memory refresh, he is the Milbank Family Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution. Not Institute, as you insist correctly. Also still a member of the faculty at the Belfer Center at Harvard. The most impressive thing about Neil, he has a very uncanny and rather alarming ability to write books that very much capture the zeitgeist. And sadly, his last book in 2021 was called Doom, The Politics of Catastrophe, which suggests Neil may have known a little bit more about the events of the succeeding 18 months than perhaps he should have done. So our job in this session really, and I hope to bring in the audience, and it's good to see so many friends and colleagues in the audience, both from government and also from the academic life, is to try and elevate the discussion. I don't mean elevate in terms of getting away from the previous quality sessions, but I mean elevate in terms of the scope and the range and the context in which we're talking about the events in Ukraine. So what do they mean, broadly speaking, for the structures and contours of the international order, and how should we think about those events in Ukraine and the associated events and the broader crisis of European security in a historical context, and where does it sit along the historical continuum? So I'll do so by asking Neil a series of questions, and I will studiously deflect anything he asks back of me, and I will open it up, ladies and gentlemen, to the audience with about sort of 20 minutes to go, and we have 45 minutes for this session. I have not given Neil much prior warning as to the questions we might ask, but I have given him some prior warning to the first question, and I think it is a fair question to ask of a historian who's written, thought about global geopolitics, who's written, thought about conflict and war. And it's a question, I think, in government that we asked ourselves very much in the early phases of the conflict, because oftentimes you have events in global history, events in European history, where our media sort of rushes to tell a story that something is the most unprecedented or the most shocking, and then the mental focus and the political focus dissipates and goes elsewhere beyond that. I think we are already past that stage vis-a-vis the events in Ukraine, but I wanted to ask Neil, and this is the question I gave him prior warning of, which is how big or transformative an event is Putin's decision to invade Ukraine, or is it, to paraphrase someone else in history, too soon to tell? Neil, over to you.
Well, thank you, John, and it's a pleasure to be with you all, albeit virtually. I'm afraid I won't be able to get to London until June. Let me suggest that, and I'll just have to tweak my own volume settings or I'm going to hear myself rather disconcertingly. Let me suggest that at this point, it's not one of history's big wars, the one that has been raging for, 10 weeks in Ukraine. Just as COVID-19 hasn't been one of the really big pandemics in history. One of the arguments I tried to make in Doom was that we have a problem with orders of magnitude when it comes to disasters, whether natural or man-made. We struggle a bit to grapple with power law distributions. World War II was an absolutely vast conflict, Today in Moscow, President Putin tried desperately to relate what's currently going on in Ukraine to World War II, but it's a huge stretch given the vast scale of World War II and the relatively limited scale of this so-called special military operation. I think the unknown at this point is whether this war fizzles out or escalates. And that we don't know, John. There's a general assumption, which I have friends who share, Francis Fukuyama, Elliot Cohen, that Ukraine is winning and it's all going to end quite happily. There are people in the US administration who think not only that Ukraine is winning, but that this can lead to regime change in Russia and all other kinds of good things. I think it's much too early to be confident about that. As both Bill Burns and Henry Kissinger said at a Financial Times event just a couple of days ago, we are dealing here with a nuclear armed power. And it seems unlikely to me that Putin is going to accept conventional military defeat when he has a nuclear option. We certainly can't rule out the nightmare scenario that he resorts to using a tactical nuclear weapon to salvage the situation. So let me answer the question with two possible outcomes. Outcome one is it's the 1970s, and this is 1973, only somewhat more protracted. In other words, it's like the unsuccessful Arab attack on Israel of October 1973, which had, of course, profound consequences, economic as well as geopolitical. Option number two is it's much worse than that, and it turns out actually to be the first time that a nuclear weapon has been used since 1945. I'd still say my base case is the 1970s, but it's certainly too early to rule out the 1940s nightmare scenario. And I just wish more people in the US and indeed in the UK were worrying about that, because I believe the situation in Ukraine is much more dangerous than is conventionally portrayed in the media and by some government spokesmen.
Thank you, Neil, for a bracing opening response, and you've put down a few markers as to where I'd like to take the conversation. You mentioned a few people who've been prominent exponents of certain theories about the war, those associated with prior crises, Elliot Cohen, Francis Fukuyama, Henry Kissinger, and I'd like to come back to all of those individuals in a different way as to tease out some of what you said. But just to follow up very quickly in the context of the Victory Day parade in Moscow today, and it's another question for a historian, but I think an important one as to reflecting on this on this crisis. In the early concept or thinking about a Russian invasion, a lot of emphasis was placed on speed. And speed of action and the agility and swiftness of the Russian forces, and a lot of expectation that they would be able to achieve what they wanted to achieve very swiftly. What subsequently transpires is that a lot of the training weaponry, which seemed broadly quite limited in those early phases of the conflict, actually gave Ukraine more of an ability to defend itself against the initial spurt of invasion. And now we are entering a sort of second or third phase of the war in which a sort of new pattern has established itself, and Kiev, for the moment, looks relatively safe. So my question to you in the context of today's events is, presuming that we're still talking about a conventional conflict, on whose side is time? You've got these larger Russian military forces, but you've got a Ukraine that's being armed more and more effectively, has seemingly more and more friends in the West, and crucially, I think, more than anything else, and I'll come back to this in a moment, has more full square support from the United States than seemed necessarily likely in the early phases of the conflict. So on whose side is time based on the current correlation of forces?
Well, John, you are in many ways better placed than I am to answer that question, and I want to make it clear that I approach such questions as an academic with humility. I don't have access to classified information, only open source intelligence. With that caveat, time is clearly not on Vladimir Putin's side. And this is something that almost nobody foresaw, including me. I got the outbreak of war right. I predicted on January the 2nd, war is coming. And I consistently said that we should take Putin seriously and literally about his intention to alter the status quo and challenge Ukraine's bid to become an independent democracy outside the Russian sphere of influence. But my assumption was that if he did launch an invasion, it would go far better for Russia than it has. And that was because I underestimated the extent to which the provision of Western, and not only Western equipment, Turkish drones, and Western training, and constant conflict in the east of Ukraine since 2014 had together raised the game of the Ukrainian army. And I also overestimated the Russians, failing to see just how poorly prepared this special military operation actually was. The most staggering feature of the last 10 weeks has been the devastating losses that have been inflicted on the Russian invasion force, which in the space of weeks, of 10 weeks, exceed the losses suffered by the Red Army in the entire 10 years of their campaign in Afghanistan after 1979. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Indeed, even the people I've spoken to who were involved in training the Ukrainians didn't expect that any more than we expected Volodymyr Zelensky to emerge as a Churchillian figure, an authentically heroic leader in time of war. Who saw that coming, considering that the man had played the part of an ordinary guy who becomes president in a sitcom, and while entertaining, showed very little sign prior to the outbreak of war of truly historic greatness. So nobody really anticipated this. The critical point when one looks forward is the impact of sanctions on Russia's ability to sustain this war. As we continue to arm Ukraine and supply higher level weaponry, we've moved beyond Stingers and Javelins over the last several weeks. At the same time, the sanctions imposed on by the United States and its allies on Russia are eroding the capacity of Russian industry to manufacture sophisticated weaponry. Unlike the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation relies very heavily on sophisticated imported components to manufacture its armaments. And Russia is running out, if it hasn't already run out, of 21st century weaponry. It's already increasingly fighting a 20th century war against 21st century defenders. So I think from Putin's point of view, the situation is an extremely uncomfortable one. He can't easily scale up Russia's military capability without throwing into the fight raw recruits with barely any training and anachronistic weaponry. So I'm somewhat skeptical that he can sustain the war. Many people are writing that this war is going to drag on for a long time. But I'm skeptical about that, actually, because I don't think Russia can do more than try to get its Donbass offensive to something like a respectable conclusion and then seek a ceasefire relatively imminently, unless, as I said earlier, Putin decides to escalate by using chemical or potentially nuclear weapons to try to extricate himself from a dangerous situation. And let me add one final point, John, it's very important. Armies don't gently lose wars. The time of defeat is a time when the morale of an army, its ability to continue to fight, collapses. And my great concern at the moment is that in rushing into another offensive after the failure to take Kyiv, the Russian military is overstretching itself, particularly after the casualties that they've suffered, and could in fact begin to unravel if they encounter really effective resistance and even counterattacks from the Ukrainian side, which is what we're seeing. The offensive is grinding to a halt, just as it did in the first phase of the war. The thing to watch is whether the morale of this Russian force begins to crumble. And then we, I think, enter the moment of maximum danger when Putin is confronted with a choice between defeat and escalation.
Neil, that was such a brilliant answer. I'm not going to let you off in what you just falsely described as academic humility, because there is no such thing. I want to ask you a converse question before getting back into our narratives and actually the role of some of the people you mentioned and the role of academics and big ideas in understanding this conflict. But it's a question back as a mirror image of this, because I'm very interested in your view of this, which is, what's the plausible minimum scenario on the Ukrainian side? So, what's the scenario? Has President Zelensky passed that initial point of danger, whereby his country may collapse or he would be overwhelmed, to reach another sort of potential sort of form of stasis? You mentioned a version of a future in which President Putin is able to declaim, if you like, some form of success as per limited military operation in the Donbass. But presumably that does not mean the land bridge or the Black Sea. What's the minimum that Ukraine now needs to survive or enter perhaps a new phase in which the intensity of the conflict is not there? And I ask you that with no prejudice, but just the kind of the mirror image of that uncomfortable status quo. Is that obvious? Is that clear to you?
Well, I am not in direct touch with President Zelensky. Others are, and so I have to rely on second-hand insights and media coverage. Interestingly, from quite early in the conflict, President Zelensky signaled that he was open to some kind of peace deal that would take NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. A version of the deal that Henry Kissinger had in mind back in 2014, when he presciently argued that continuing to talk about Ukrainian membership of NATO might lead to war. So the idea that I think still has some life in it is that Ukraine would enjoy a neutral status that would be guaranteed internationally, rather in the way that Belgium's neutrality was guaranteed in the 19th century. I noticed also just a few days ago that President Zelensky carefully indicated that not all bridges had been burned, that there therefore is in his mind some possible path to a negotiated settlement with Russia. However, one must bear in mind that with every passing week of war and with every atrocity, with every school that the Russians strike, with every revelation of atrocities that have been perpetrated by Russian forces, it gets harder for Zelensky to reach some kind of compromise, because the sentiment of the Ukrainian people has been dramatically altered by this war. A nation is being born. If ever there were any doubt about Ukrainian national identity, about the viability of the Ukrainian state, that doubt has been entirely effaced by this conflict. I've been to Ukraine pretty much every year for the last 10 years and followed closely developments there. And this is one of the most significant changes that the war has brought about, certainly not the one that Putin intended. So I think with every passing week, it gets harder for Zelensky to do the kind of compromise peace deal that I thought was viable 2 or 3 weeks into the war, when it really seemed that there might be a way out. And my peripheral involvement in those efforts to find an early path to peace gave me some brief glimmers of hope. It's got much, much harder now. And of course, what Putin is talking about still seems to me far beyond what Zelensky can accept, because if one reads carefully the transcript of Putin's Victory Day speech today, what he's essentially saying is that the Donbass, the 2 oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk, are in fact Russian territory, and not just the relatively small areas that were supposedly autonomous republics after the 2014 invasion. So that speech, although in many ways it was a great deal less aggressive than many Western analysts expected, still contained a claim that I think it's hard for Zelensky to accede to. So I think that the diplomatic room for maneuver is much, much smaller than was the case even after 2 or 3 weeks of war. Right now, the most I think that we can hope for is some kind of ceasefire, which will come about mainly because of Russian exhaustion rather than of a decisive military breakthrough.
Okay, thank you, Neil. I'm going to ask you two conjoined questions. The first, I think, you've already given an indication of your answer to it. And the second is perhaps parochial, but may sound intellectual, which is the role of our friends and colleagues and their ideas about this conflict and how they've borne up. I mean, the first, I think I know your answer to this, is that I would suggest to you that from your writing and from what I've read and what you said already, that it's slightly myopic and clumsy of us to characterize this as a transformative new era since Putin decided to do this. And this is kind of classic sort of Western short-sightedness and sort of, rushing to the ramparts of new concept, new era, when actually we've been living in an era like this for quite some time. So, this sort of history ended on X date is actually something is misleading. Correct me if I'm wrong in that, but it tees up the second question, which is, who's got it right and who should we be listening to? I know there's a controversy in the United States about the ideas of John Mearsheimer vis-a-vis Ukraine. I know there are periods in which Henry Kissinger's ideas, and of course you're a biographer of Henry Kissinger, are de rigueur, or that people studied them very carefully. Kissinger wrote an article, I think, in the New York Times early in the conflict, which had a different response. You have thinkers like Elliot Cohen writing The Atlantic, who in many respects, as a kind of never Trump neoconservative, I think he would self-describe as that, as not particularly fashionable in the last few years, and yet people have seized on his articles as setting a kind of a new model. Who's got it right? Who should we listen to? Or is there a different way of looking at this and saying, perhaps all of the above have a point and we need a different framing? And I say you mentioned some of those individuals, you talked to them as well. The final one I drop in is Francis Fukuyama.
Well, I never agreed with the view that is now most closely associated with John Mearsheimer, that somehow the war was all the fault of NATO. And specifically of NATO enlargement. That is, I think, a misreading. From the point of view of the Baltic states or Poland, or indeed any of the former Soviet or Warsaw Pact countries that are now NATO members, nothing illustrates better the importance of NATO membership than what is happening in Ukraine today, which is a consequence of President Putin's, I think, ultimately vain dream that he can resurrect the Russian Empire. Not the Soviet Union, I don't think that's what he's trying to do, but the Russian Empire. My view is that there was a specific miscalculation which was made with respect to not only Ukraine but Georgia, which was to talk about their becoming NATO members beginning in 2008, but never to deliver on that. The worst of all possible worlds is to be offered NATO membership with a deadline of never. And I think Kissinger was right to say in 2014 that there had to be a better way forward. I think if we were never really sincere about Ukraine's joining NATO, and I don't think we were sincere about that, then I think the whole idea should have been taken off the table by diplomatic means. There was certainly a better way forward. And I think Kissinger was right about that in 2014, and his article from that year has stood up well. I think that the neoconservative view that it's 1989 all over again has found some unlikely bedfellows in the Biden administration. Joe Biden's speech in Warsaw, which ended with the headline-grabbing call for Putin's removal of power, sounded uncannily like some of the things that Francis Fukuyama's been writing. Now, Frank is a good friend and a colleague here at Stanford, but I was amazed when he ran into print early in the war and said, Ukraine is going to win, and this is going to be awesome. We're going to have a kind of second 1989, reaffirming that the end of history is still a viable concept. by which he obviously meant not that history was stopping, but that liberal democratic capitalism had won and all alternative models would fail. Now, I think about the situation very differently. I don't think it's 1989 all over again. And I think it was very reckless of Joe Biden to make that speech. The entire speech appeared to be a call for a comparable disintegration of the Russian Federation to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. I don't think that this is prudent, given the scale, as I've mentioned, of Russia's nuclear capabilities. And I don't think it's historically very probable. So let me offer an alternative framework, which is one that I've advocated for more than 4 years now. We had an interwar period after 1989-91, and that interwar period is now over, and Cold War II is underway. Cold War II is a kind of mirror image of Cold War I, in the sense that in this second Cold War, China is the senior partner and Russia is the junior partner. And in this second Cold War, the first hot war has broken out not in Asia, as it did in 1950 in Korea, but in Europe, in Ukraine. One cannot understand what is happening in Ukraine today apart from the broader global strategic competition, rivalry between the two superpowers of our time, which are the United States and the People's Republic of China. That's the way to think about this, in my view. And we should remember that if the interwar era is over and Cold War II has begun, we're at the most dangerous phase, potentially, of that struggle. Because in the early phase of Cold War I, there were crises that by the early 1960s had the potential to wreak catastrophic destruction. So embedded in Cold War II is, as with Cold War I, the risk of World War III. That is how we need to think about the new era we find ourselves in. And that is why ultimately the fate of Taiwan probably matters more in the great scheme of things than the fate of Ukraine. So I hope that's a helpful alternative framing. It seems to me to match much more closely the reality of our situation than the notion that we are going to reenact 1989 with regime change in Russia and the breakup of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Neil. I will open it up to the audience shortly. Well, I can see some people I will definitely not allow to answer a question who I used to work with. It could be trouble. But I'll ask you one sort of final question, and it's a conjoined question. I'm very interested in your perspective on this, and I will say that I have not said much about our own UK government perspective. It's not for advisors to say. It's for ministers to be very clear on that, and they have been. But one thing I will say is that in the last few weeks, in particular, one thing that has been underscored for all of us working on this challenge has been the hugeness of the United States in terms of when the US gears up for involvement or focuses on a question, whether it be through defensive support or whether it be through work on sanctions or whether it be through humanitarian support. I mean, the scale is huge. So just a question, and I'm interested in your view in this. What from where you're sitting, do the roles of Europe collective, including the United Kingdom, and the role of the United States, what does it look like, and what does it say about the US of today, the path it has chosen, about which there was nothing, I think, inevitable in the early phases of this crisis? And after that, I'll open up to the ladies and gentlemen here. So you've got about a few minutes if you can, Neil. I must keep time for questions.
Well, obviously, we've seen that the transatlantic alliance, NATO, is a great deal stronger than President Putin assumed. That's one of the commonplaces of this year. But one needs to recognize, and I'll be brief, a couple of meaningful problems. The first is that both the US and Europe expected too much of sanctions, first as a deterrent and then as a weapon of war. But sanctions operate relatively slowly, and were never likely to cause a complete collapse of the Russian economy so long as the Europeans continued to pay for Russian gas and oil. It was clearly a mistake not to make an oil embargo a part of the sanctions regime at the outset. But as you know, John, the German government was not prepared to do that and is still digging in its heels, even when it comes to a more gradual phasing out of European imports of Russian energy. The second point I'll make is that it's not clear to me what the US administration's aims actually are. In my view, the big difference between 1973 and now is that in 1973, the Nixon administration moved extremely swiftly to end the war, to make sure that the war didn't escalate. And really, we see the opposite today. It's almost as if the Biden administration wants the war to keep going. It's not really present in the diplomatic process. It's not using the leverage that it has over both sides. After all, as you said, it's the principal supplier of weapons to Ukraine. It's also the principal driver of sanctions on Russia. But that is not the role that the US is playing. And it's a disturbing thing to me that at least some people in the administration seem to think that letting the war continue is good for the United States because it's bleeding Russia dry. It could lead to regime change in Moscow. And if that happens, it'll send a signal to Beijing, don't mess with the West. Some people in Washington clearly think that's the right strategy. And my view is that it's extraordinarily risky to let this war keep going for the reasons I've already alluded to, as well as being highly economically destabilizing, not just to Europe, but perhaps more importantly, to pretty much all the developing world. So my view is that the big concern is not so much mission creep as a tendency for the aims of the United States to become ambiguous, to talk of regime change, to say that the goal is weakening Russia. These things make it harder to end the war. And as long as the war continues, I think there is this meaningful risk of escalation, which would be, I think, disastrous from any vantage point.
Brilliant. Thank you, Neil. We have a few minutes to open up for questions, and I will try and take a bunch of them to start off with. The gentleman there in a purple jumper, I think, from here. And then, just to be fair, a gentleman over on this side as well with glasses on. Thank you.
Yeah, Merrick Chapman, macro analyst. You spoke, Neil, about the shift from Cold War I being proxy fights in Asia, and now Cold War II proxy fight, or not so proxy actually, fights in Europe. We all know what happened to North and South Korea, and the difficulties that has posed ever since. So, is there an analogy there with thinking about what happens to Ukraine and how it's already divided, or is that not going to settle that way?
Okay, and we'll take the question from the other gentleman here first. Yeah.
Robert Tyler from New Direction, the Foundation for European Reform. If we're in Cold War II, then where are our modern answers to Buckley, Kissinger, and Kennan to keep the West on focus?
Great questions. Neil?
Well, thanks, Merrick and Robert, for those questions. Merrick, I think the analogy with Korea isn't perfect because, of course, the US led a UN-backed coalition into that war and fought directly against North Korea. And then, of course, Stalin got Mao to do his dirty work. And so it was a proxy war for the Soviet Union, but not for the United States and its allies. However, with that caveat, I think we could see a world, an imaginable future, in which the war, rather like the Korean War, proved very hard to stop, still waiting for a formal peace to end that war, and ends up being a kind of messy draw with a partition line of some kind. I've certainly heard that kind of scenario discussed by both Russians and Ukrainians, but clearly the fighting determines the location of the line. And whatever may have inspired Putin at the beginning, he's clearly not in a position to achieve the partition of Ukraine that was discussed in Russian state media early on, that would have reduced Ukraine to a landlocked rump state. That's because I don't think the Russians have the capability to fight and win and hold on to territory in the region of Kherson, much less Odessa. So this isn't going to be a division like the Korean division. Indeed, I think the Russians will be doing well if they end up with any more than they started with, i.e. with any more than their 2014 gains. So in terms of duration, there's a parallel, but I think the outcome will not be anything like the partition of Korea. Robert, the problem in Cold Wars, as you suggested, is partly sustaining domestic support for the relatively high defense expenditures that you have to make if you're dealing with a totalitarian rival. And I think the United States and its allies have entered Cold War II in a less resolved state of mind than they entered Cold War I. It's fairly obvious that the United States is a deeply divided society. You don't need me to talk about that, but if you want more detail, read The Square and the Tower, which was my book before Doom. A very polarized America in which every issue becomes politicized doesn't seem well equipped to sustain a protracted competition with China, which will require really significant investments in everything from artificial intelligence to quantum computing, and now it seems a big increase in conventional and nuclear military spending. So your question was, how do we deal with that problem? And I think it's hard because certainly the American left is not really open to the argument that we're in a Cold War. Indeed, every time you use the term, the left will respond by saying that you are actually just the warmonger who in fact wants there to be a permanent state of conflict. So I think we enter Cold War II domestically in a somewhat weaker state than we entered Cold War I. And that's why when I use this analogy, I'm not saying, don't worry, we always win Cold Wars. The sample size at this point is 1.5 or 2, but I think the real point is that we don't necessarily know how Cold Wars will turn out. In many ways, it was just luck that Cold War I did not become World War III. There were a number of occasions when it nearly happened. And I mean, the second point I'd make is that the outcome, the ultimate American victory in Cold War I, was not something many people would have predicted in the 1970s, when it seemed to be the Soviet Union that was winning the Cold War. So if we are in Cold War II, and I think we've been in it for several years now, we shouldn't assume that it'll last 40 years. We shouldn't assume that it'll just take the form of proxy wars and technological competition. And we shouldn't assume that the West will automatically win. By comparison with Francis Fukuyama, I'm a great deal more pessimistic about the supposed arc of history, because I don't think there is an arc of history.
Brilliant. Thank you, Neil. A few more hands are going up. There's a gentleman here and a lady in the front row. And apologies to others. I think that we'll have to scratch it after these two questions. Can we get the microphone down the front row here? Thank you. And then a gentleman in the blue suit about halfway down. Thank you. Please, sir.
Peter Wilson-Smith from Meritus Consultants. Could you say some more about China, which has sort of had surprisingly little attention, really, in this? I mean, the conventional wisdom is that the resolve of the West in supporting Ukraine will deter China and make it more cautious over Taiwan. Is that correct, do you think? And secondly, the increasing noises about war aims in the West being to weaken Russia, you mentioned regime change and so on. Is this going to make China worried, or is this an advantage to China if Russia is severely weakened and made more dependent on China?
And then if you go for your question as well, we'll try and, Neil, if you can wrap up in response. Thank you.
Yes, it's, you obviously know Ukraine very well. I'm just wondering, let's just assume for the moment that Ukraine prevails. How much depth of leadership is there behind Zelensky, who you described as Churchillian, to ensure that there's no backsliding in any final outcome?
Thank you. Neil?
Well, thanks for those questions. Peter Wilson-Smith asked about China, and I'm glad you did, because my impression is that the discussion of the great strategic questions of our time has lurched away from China since the invasion of Ukraine, and that's dangerous, because China's the real concern. I think it's wrong to assume that Xi Jinping is watching all of this and thinking, gee, I better not try anything with Taiwan. I don't want that to happen to me. The reality is that Xi Jinping's rationale for his extended time in office is to resolve the Taiwan anomaly and bring Taiwan under the direct control of the Chinese Communist Party. He's not about to throw that goal away, especially when the legitimacy of the CCP is under great pressure from the decline in China's growth rate and the ongoing problems that they confront, not just with the pandemic, but with their entire system, which is beginning to malfunction in all kinds of ways that I wish I had time to go into. So I don't think Taiwan is off the table, but I think the timetable has changed. There was some talk of there being a move against Taiwan this October, ahead of the party Congress. I don't think that's remotely likely. Ukraine is a reminder to China that war is difficult, and if you think invading Ukraine over a land border was hard, an amphibious invasion of Taiwan is substantially harder from a military point of view. So if they are intent on doing this, they need to make sure that they have shock and awe, overwhelming force. And of course, they lack the kind of combat experience that the Russians have. It's been an awful long time since the People's Liberation Army did more than exercises. As for the Western rhetoric, I think that positively helps Xi Jinping, because it reduces, just as the sanctions do, Russia's autonomy and drives it increasingly into the subordinate relationship that I talked about. It's not as if there really is great amity between China and Russia. Historically, there's only been relatively few times when they've been closely aligned with one another. In Cold War I, it didn't last very long, as you all know. But the relationship between Xi Jinping and Putin is an extraordinarily important one, and the very high frequency of their meetings, the pre-Olympics declaration of eternal amity, all of these things mean that from Xi Jinping's point of view, this is not a relationship to be discarded, but it's one in which his seniority has only, I think, been affirmed. And from a cynical Chinese point of view, you are now going to get Russia cheap. You're going to get Russian resources very cheap now. And so it's really quite a good deal in that respect for China. Finally, you know, the thing about Ukraine is the paradox. The paradox of its chronic inability to cure its own malaise domestically, the problem of corruption, which was the recurrent topic of discussion every time I went to Ukraine, and its unexpected ability to fight a war of national independence with George Washington levels of leadership and commitment. What I think we will see, if Ukraine is not reduced entirely to rubble, is that there will be a much more meaningful reform era after this war. The transformation of Ukrainian national identity that a war like this is likely to bring about will mean that the oligarchical domination of the Ukrainian economy will not long survive the peace. In fact, I think there will be a positively revolutionary spirit in Ukraine after this war is brought to an end. So I think the domestic issues that have bedevilled Ukraine for so long, the sheer difficulty of cleaning up all those post-Soviet pathologies may in many ways be swept away by the searing effects of the conflict on the Ukrainian people and the national psychology. I know that I've got to shut up at this point, and John, I want to thank you very much for so modestly being the moderator and an interrogator when you really know a great deal more about what is going on right now than anybody outside government possibly can. And I want to thank you for taking time out of your obviously very demanding schedule to do this conversation. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Ian Martin for inviting me to be part of this. I wish I could stick around and listen to the rest of the discussion, and I hope that I've at least made some small contribution to it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks back to you, Neil. It's always very difficult for us academics in the UK to look at these Californian backdrops where the sun is shining, but thank you for punishing us with that. And the real reason why I have to stop and hand over to Adam shortly is actually someone asked earlier, I can't remember who asked this in the audience, where are the kind of future Cold War thinkers? Where is the kind of intellectual heft in this place? And it's certainly not with me, but the next sort of phase we have today, and I hope you can be party to some of those discussions, is with war studies students from King's who've been thinking about this quite intently. So thank you again, Neil, for a tour de force, and I will get off the stage and hand over to Adam. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Cheers. I go upstairs, listen to Laurie.
Yeah.
Good.
What should we do? That's the only time. Sorry, that's the only time.
Oh, that's fine.
Typical sound.
Trenches.
Oh, there are two mics down here. Hand mics. To the...
Okay. Panelists disagreed on whether Putin may remain in power, yet a Russia without Putin could be even more concerning. Similarly, we agree with the panelists that strengthening European defense and security structure is crucial. It was understandably a foremost concern for guests of Honorable Ambassador Pustaiko.
A lot has been said about the 2% goal in defense spending, with several governments seeking to defend their budgetary flexibility. Democratic governments, nevertheless, tend to defray peacetime investments in the armed forces in favor of election-winning commitments to other public services. As we have heard, this approach comes at a price. The outbreak of war in Eastern Europe, unforeseen as it was to too many, throws this folly into sharp relief. European governments are scrambling to invest in long-neglected forces with immediate capabilities too often exchanged for future capabilities. We risk sunsetting capabilities before we can bridge the gap to sunrise capabilities. We face systemic deficiencies in materiel, munitions, and vehicles in the midst of a global supply-side shock. Stop-start spending is destructive, moreover, to defense capacity, strategic relationships, and subsequently deterrence. But spending more is only half the solution. It is as important to spend effectively. For too long, investment in humans has given way to platform-centric capabilities and budgets. For example, Allied intelligence has proved such a vital asset in preempting the Russian narrative. And yet, the UK military consistently under-recruits intelligence analysts, one of our strongest national assets. Today's conference also highlights the need for sophisticated decision support, including through wargaming and red teaming, and in turn, leveraging the natural and social sciences to precisely target our adversaries' weaknesses. It's not just professionals. We have seen the symbolic departure of high street shops from the streets of Moscow and ethical hackers broadcasting anti-war propaganda on state television. The government could and should coordinate these hitherto unilateral actions in support of the overarching national strategy while adhering to the constraints of democratic governance. But while an offensive strategy like this is all very well, we also need to establish a whole-of-society approach to defense. Societal resilience and weaning ourselves off clear external vulnerabilities, such as Russian energy, is a national security priority. It should have been since at least 2014. We need societal resilience, stronger supply chains, larger stockpiles, the end of just in time. Indeed, the good times are over. Further, greater domestic capacity in two key areas is desperately needed: economic crime enforcement and energy security. One fine was issued for facilitating sanctions breaches to UK financial and legal firms in 2020-21. One, the London laundromat needs to end. Similarly, UK energy policy has long left itself vulnerable, as Helen Thompson spoke about earlier. We have known about Russian strategic use of energy supplies for years, yet done nothing to address it. nuclear power plants falling off the grid with no replacements. Our cultural and political institutions must also be protected. Our politics have been vulnerable to Russian action, from misinformation to buying influence, whether hosting parties in Italian villas or donating to political parties. The West needs to strengthen its soft power, including cultural empathy and a strategy to deal with the full spectrum radicalization threat that the Russian regime is demonstrating. The disinformed are victims too. This includes ensuring the proper resilience of citizens, establishing a cultural strategy for the individual, inculcating democratic values, and preventing the spread of misinformation. Lastly, a word on the future. Russia's war in Ukraine has supplanted, not replaced, the security threats of the 21st century: climate change, failed states, and great power competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Always good to be reminded of my age. It's been a good day, and I want to congratulate the organisers on the speakers, on the panels. I'd say lots of food for thought, and some big issues arising, indicating the uncertainty of the moment in which we find ourselves. At the time of the end of the Cold War, one of my favourite jokes was of Adam and Eve leaving the Garden of Eden, and Adam turns to Eve and says, "You do realise we're entering a period of transition." And the idea was that we were moving from one state of affairs to a new state of affairs that was dimly understood, but was certainly going to be better than the old state of affairs. And of course, what we found ourselves in was something that was much more complicated, fluid, dynamic, uncertain, unstable than in many ways the Cold War we had left behind. I'm not one of those who was nostalgic for the Cold War. There were too many alarming moments in that, and it involved the suppression, the repression of half of Europe. But it did have a sort of certainty and stability, at least towards the end, despite some alarming moments. We're now moving into a period of great uncertainty, and I think we have to keep in mind that this may be transitional. Some of the discussion today has sort of assumed that we've entered a new normal which we know, of a hostile Russia, of sanctions in place, of a war that can't quite be brought to an end. But that may not be so. I've learned through this last few months to be careful about the business of prediction, but it is a fluid situation. The starting assumption, we have to recall, was that there was a Russian steamroller being set in motion that would overwhelm whatever defences Ukraine could put up. And even those like myself who didn't think, who could never see how the Russians could conquer a population of 44 million in a country the size of France, a bit larger than France, in fact, assumed that at some point this might have to be an insurgency rather than an old-fashioned positional defense. So it was even those who were more optimistic on the Ukrainian side were still nonetheless ended up being impressed by what the Ukrainians turned out to be able to do against the Russian steamroller. We have the Ukrainian tractor pulling away all those burnt out tanks and BMPs. And a lot of the initial assumptions, so a lot of the initial responses by NATO countries and EU countries assumed Russian success. They assumed that the new normal was going to be one in which Russia effectively dominated Ukrainian territory, along with its new ally, Belarus, possibly taking in Moldova as well, in a sense a reconstruction as much as possible of the European part of the old Soviet Union, and that we had to reorganize ourselves occasionally accordingly in terms of defense spending, in terms of our foreign policy, to talk about a new containment, a new Cold War. And in some ways that's still the mindset that we're in. Now people assume that the war is not necessarily going to end like that. Indeed, it seems almost impossible that Russia can revert to its initial war aims. But instead, we're now imagining a stalemate, a sort of a long war of attrition in which neither side is able to gain advantage. But I'm not convinced of this either. I think we have to address the possibility that Russia will lose. It's been a while since it's been clear it can't win. We've now moved to a potential draw, but maybe it can lose. Now, this is, again, not a prediction, but it's something we need to think about, because that will start to raise issues that are different from the ones with which we've been concerning ourselves for the first months of this war. Now, I heard what Neil Ferguson said. I think we have to be clear, this is not a question of an American war aim or an American analytical dispute as to what may or may not happen, what we'd really like to see. It's not about us. It's about Ukraine and the war aims that it has set out, which are not excessive, given where they're starting from, assume effectively a Russian defeat. And there are reasons why that is possible. First, the sociology of armed forces, of a military that has already suffered huge losses. The Russians have lost about a quarter of their fighting force. That's staggering. They've cobbled together units to carry on the fight in the second phase of the war, which has now been going on for a month, upon which so much depended. And they've made a few kilometers of progress in certain areas, and in other areas are starting to be pushed back. Military organizations, even with those as disciplined as the Russians can be quite brittle. And one should not assume that there are forces there that will put up with anything for all time. Moreover, the key development, and I think we will look back and see probably the Ramstein conference as being a critical moment in this war. The key difference is now being made by the movement of advanced weapons into the Ukrainian armed forces, which they are perfectly capable of using, including, in particular, some of the most advanced Western artillery. This is an artillery war. It was an artillery war in 2014. It's still an artillery war. The anti-tank weapons, the drones are all absolutely critical and important. But in the end, the damage is done in these wars by artillery. And if there has been any Russian progress in recent weeks, it's because of concentrations of artillery making certain positions untenable. But now the artillery advantage is moving to the Ukrainians. And the Russians know that. And that's why I believe maybe today was such an important date in Putin's calendar that it was set as some sort of artificial deadline by which bring me some achievements, bring me Mariupol or wherever. And that hasn't even been achieved. But I think the basic reason was that the Ukrainians were going to get stronger, while the Russians don't have allies supporting them in that way. Their defense industry is struggling to keep up because of partly because of the component parts that are required from the West to make their advanced systems work, but also because just the sheer amount of loss that has to be made up, and some of their elite units are the ones that have suffered most. So in different times, the Russians might have found a way to pause the conflict, to keep it ticking over while they work to reconstitute their armed forces. But they haven't given themselves the time to do that. Now, Neil Ferguson and others have raised the issue of escalation, and it's something, one of the things people were waiting for today. And I think, if I'm quoting correctly, I think Neil used the phrase about salvaging the war by using nuclear weapons. Well, you can't salvage the war by nuclear weapons. You can add to the risks, you can add to the dangers, you can add to the pain, but you don't fix any political or military problem by using nuclear weapons, unless you use battlefield nuclear weapons, which is a big misnomer. Their effects will not be contained. Unless you're using them in numbers, and then how do you make sure that you're separating their effects from Russian forces? What do you do about fallout? It was very notable that Belarus, Mr. Lukashenko, who's doing his best, one senses, to distance himself from the adventure in which Mr. Putin inveigled him, was very down on the idea of nuclear war. Remember that Belarus suffered from the fallout from Chernobyl more than anyone else. So nuclear weapons don't solve any problems. Now, Putin has made some pretty stupid decisions and damaging decisions, destructive decisions. Who can say that he will not make such decisions in the future? But it will be his choice and his decision. It's not our choice and our decision. And there's no point in us scurrying around trying to think of rational things that we can do to stop him doing something that is wholly irrational. There is nothing going on at the moment that obliges him to use nuclear weapons. Indeed, he is using his nuclear weapons in a way that is wholly rational within the framework with which we understand nuclear deterrence. He made it clear from the start, and he reaffirmed it not long after the start of the war, that if there was any direct engagement by NATO powers in the war, not indirect, not supporting Ukraine, but actually coming in and fighting Russian forces, then that would be a different matter. And NATO has taken that message. So the argument that this war shows that deterrence doesn't work isn't true. Deterrence is working exactly as one would expect. It's deterring NATO countries from getting into a direct fight with Russia, and it's deterring Russia from attacking NATO countries. This is being fought on a non-NATO country's territory. If we're acting, we're not acting out of support for our ally, we're acting in support of a country defending itself under Article 51 of the UN Charter, which is the inherent right of self-defense, the same basis, in fact, on which the United States gave support to the UK during the Falklands campaign. So it's not that there aren't risks here, and not that we should dismiss them, but we have to be very clear about how these risks could actually materialize, and whether there's anything that we or the Ukrainians should do differently. And certainly the Ukrainians shouldn't stop winning just because the Russians may react in an unhinged manner. At any rate, after all the hype about today's speech by Putin, it was a bit of a damp squib. There was an army parading at much, for obvious reasons, much smaller than the normal parade. The flypast didn't take place, so the skies were blue. And the speech seemed to me pretty downbeat. There was no mobilization announced. But this is still, in Putin's terms, a limited operation, and he described it in its original terms it says, before the expansive ambitions with which he announced it on the 24th of February, which is about the denazification and the demilitarization and so on of Ukraine, where it was clearly about conquest and regime change. We're back to preempting a pretty fanciful Ukrainian threat to Crimea, to Luhansk and Donetsk, and even to getting nuclear weapons. So actually, if you wanted to take a positive from today, you've got the basis, you've got the talking points for a discussion about a peace deal, because they're the talking points that were there before the war. I think also this debate about objectives and about how the war should end, we do have to be careful about not substituting our aims for either peace or war for those of Ukraine. They're the ones who are suffering, they're the ones who are doing the fighting, and it's not a particular feature of the British debate, but certainly of the American debate, where it's assumed that American war aims or American peace aims are the ones that Zelensky should be pursuing, and they're not. They're the ones who have to take the risks and who have to make the sacrifices. However, it's important that we start to, this is why I think it's important to start to think through the implications of Russian military failure, continuing Russian military failure. Because if we start to move to those issues of a peace deal based on the issues that were there from the start, Ukraine's future security status, what you do about the enclaves, what you do about Crimea, then we could find ourselves with different views. If we say Ukraine has got every right to take Crimea, well, it does, because of the way it was taken from it. But if we say you really should, that's a different question, because Crimea is a far bigger military challenge than anything else that might be envisaged. I don't think they're necessarily going to be the issues. Obviously, and we heard the ambassador this morning tell us about the new security order and security guarantees and so on. These are really difficult questions, because essentially Ukraine is after the sort of security guarantee you get by being a member of NATO without actually being a member of NATO. Fine, It's a good trick if you can do it. But there's a basic problem with all security guarantees, even if you are a member of NATO. And for some time, I suspect, Ukraine will anyway feel it has to rely on its own resources. I think the big issues that are going to be coming up are going to be sanctions. And we heard a bit about that in the panel on the economic side. If it is a Russian view that they can't withdraw their forces without a commitment to remove sanctions when they do, what does that mean about the future position of Putin? And one suspects the belief in the West that when you've got Russia on the ropes, or just because of the way that Russia has behaved, you can't remove sanctions while Putin is still in power. If that is the position, then recall what happened with the sanctions against Iraq in 1991 when Saddam Hussein stayed in power. What about issues of reparations and war crimes? Do we forget about those? Can we forget about war crimes? I think there are going to be, at that stage of a negotiation, if we ever get that far, there are going to be some really big and difficult issues to talk about. But what happens if Putin does go? We've got no idea, it seems to me, of the discussions in and around the Kremlin at the moment. Putin didn't look very happy this morning, and no doubt people are making some instant diagnoses of his health as a result of that. Maybe he's very ill, maybe he's not. Maybe there are elements in the FSB that are really annoyed with him. Maybe they've already been purged. Maybe the military are alarmed and frightened as to where this is all leading and want to bring it to a quick conclusion. Maybe they feel their pride is at stake. We don't know enough about that. But just because we can't imagine the processes by which you have regime change in Russia doesn't mean to say it won't happen. And just because we might like it to happen doesn't mean to say that it's going to produce the sort of characters that we saw in Russia under Yeltsin, who desperately wanted to mend fences with the West. We could see ultra-nationalists in power as much as anybody else, because they're the ones who have the media platforms at the moment. Again, I come back to the point, this is a fluid situation in which a variety of things are possible. So can we think at all about how this may end or where it's leading? I find it very difficult to believe that the war will be going on in this way for much longer. I just don't think either side can sustain it. You can have exhaustion, you can peter out for a bit and pick up later on, but it can't be sustained at this rate, just simply because not enough ammunition can be generated to keep it going at this rate. Something will have to give at some point. How quickly, I'm not saying, but I don't think it can't go on at this level. It is possible that if Ukraine does find it difficult to make breakthroughs as it moves, as it has said it would in the next couple of weeks, to more active counter-offensives, then you could find some sort of stalemate. But we don't know that yet, and we're not there. I think one can say already that the aura of Russian power that Putin has so carefully cultivated has been broken. There's going to be a lot of countries that have either depended upon Russia or feared Russia, who will be making their own new calculations at the moment about where does this leave us. What does it mean for Belarus? What does it mean for Moldova? What does it mean for Georgia? What does it mean in Central Asia? What does it mean for China? I mean, all these questions have been raised. I mean, Xi must be really wondering whether he made a particularly good bet by inviting Putin to Beijing at the start of the Winter Olympics. So there's going to be a lot of new calculations doing. Secondly, there are going to be second-order consequences of this that are going to be enormous, particularly because of the inflation in food prices and energy prices. Already reference has been made to the impact on developing countries. That too is something that may leave us with secondary crises that turn out to be as big and as serious and as difficult as this one. Lastly, what does it mean for us? What does it mean for how we think about military power? We went through our own hard lessons being learnt about the limits of military power. The idea that the decisive use of armed force can solve a nagging political problem has affected us as well as it has now affected Putin. And you learn that military power has its role, has its importance, but really it doesn't, there are only a limited number of problems, and by and large these are defensive problems when somebody else has used military power, that they can solve. It's an important lesson to learn. It's not, it may not be a pacifist lesson, but it's a prudent lesson about the dangers of assuming the fallacies, to accepting the fallacies of the decisive military move that leaves your opponents gasping and beaten and looking for capitulation. It doesn't happen. It does happen occasionally, but not that often. So first is to recognize the limits of military power, and keep on recognizing it. Secondly, when we're looking at our own defense capabilities, to recognize that, just if you simply take the case of the UK, in one of what has been, I think, one of the most significant UK interventions geopolitically for a long time, hence that the UK was to the fore in trying to support Ukraine even before the war began, has been important in organising the donors group, is that the donations are really important. The arsenal of democracy role turns out not just to have been a 1940-41 one, but has relevance now. The ways that you can support other countries are many and varied, and that's something that we're going to need to think about. And I think that argues, when we're looking at the aftermath of this, not to get fixated on a particular scenario for future war, but to have the broadest base of capabilities available and to be able to use them in such a way as to respond imaginatively to crises as they develop. And lastly, diplomacy. Diplomacy has been really important in this war, in pulling the Allies together, in keeping a focus, in supporting Ukraine, in demonstrating a willingness to explore alternatives to war, but it hasn't solved the war. It hasn't produced an answer to the war, and it may not. It's quite possible that this it may come in right at the end, but the idea of some grand peace deal in which everybody goes away with a bit of satisfaction doesn't seem to me to be very obvious at the moment. But it is a reminder of the importance of international politics, of the role of diplomatic activity and of alliances. And that in the end, that what holds alliances together is not just geopolitical interest, but values as well. And the importance, despite all the things and the many things that may divide the countries of NATO in their domestic politics and their attitudes to the EU and each other, in the end, there is a common set of values, which to his credit, Zelensky has understood and played upon, which is a reminder of why, in the end, not only is it possible that Russia can lose this, but why it's actually important that it does. Thank you.
Just before you go, thank you for being a patient audience. We have some final words from the fathers of the feast, the head of the School of Security Studies, the principal of King's College London, and the chairman of Reaction. Over to them. Thank you for your attention this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam, and many thanks to Laurie and to our students just before that for helping us draw to a close the afternoon in such an insightful and impactful way. We've had some great speakers today, some great discussions, and I'm sure we've all gained new insights into the ongoing war, where it's all headed, the longer-term implications for Ukraine and for defence in Europe and international security more broadly. So we're just going to give some brief remarks here and some brief thank yous. I think Ian mentioned this morning at the start that we had 6 weeks to organise this event, starting back in, what does that put us, into early April or whatever. And Lord Salisbury and Ian came up to have a chat with myself and John Gearson. And I think to pull this off within 42 days of the decision to go for it has been no mean feat. And everyone, I think, organising today across the two organisations clearly deserve a good round of applause. So there are many people to thank from across Reaction and across King's. On the Reaction side, there's been literally an army of people involved, but let me thank those we at King's have worked with most closely. Ian Martin, of course, Lord Salisbury, Nicole Gray, Conchar, Olivia Archdeacon, and Steve Moore. There are others, but those are the people that we dealt with most closely. It's been very rewarding working with Reaction over the past few weeks, and I hope it's not the last time that we do so. Perhaps an annual event on the defence of Europe would be good, or something on the future of NATO, I think an earlier speaker mentioned as well. On the King's side, many thanks to my co-conspirator, John there in the front, John Gearson, to Leslie Elland, our school comms lead who never flaps, and her great communication team, to Julie Weldon, our faculty comms lead, to Emma Hardy, the college, on the college comms side, Hilary Briffer at the Centre for Defence Studies, Ruth Denton with King's Venues, and Alan Gilbert and the entire King's security team. We also need to thank the speakers, of course, especially the Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace, who's now gone off to Washington, and the Ukrainian Ambassador, Vadim Pristako. The interviewers, our guest compares, Mark and Adam, and you, the audience, of course. You know, without the audience, we don't have events like this. Watch this space, I think, for future events on this and similar topics. So many thanks for coming, for helping to make the conference such a success. I'll leave my comments there and hand over to Lord Salisbury. So, Robert, please.
Well, when you were brief but comprehensive, and I'm not going to repeat the list of facts, I think perhaps one thing you'll allow me to say is that behind, as is well known, every good woman, there's a good man. In this case, behind every good man, there's a good woman, and we mustn't forget Fiona Martin, not only for doing so much to make this work, but also putting up with the vagaries of our husband throughout the last 42 days. Fiona, it's been a pleasure to watch you at work, as always. It has been a great pleasure for us at Reaction to be able to work with you, Win, and all your team. It's almost as though we've been working together for years instead of merely for 6 weeks. And I'm delighted that you agree with us that it would be a shame to throw away what is clearly a winning formula. And we accept with the greatest of pleasure your implied invitation that we should repeat this performance, perhaps thinking about the future of NATO at a future date. And if we have as distinguished an audience then as we've had now, and so successful a group of speakers, then this will be the beginning of something really, really great. So I would like to echo, of course, everybody's, all the thanks that you've uttered today, and above all to you, the audience, who've made this such a success. It's been a great pleasure to be here, and thank you to King's for being such splendid and admirable partners. May I just add one other thing? It would be odd for a commercial organization like Reaction not to give itself a puff, and certainly even odder for the chairman to fail to do so. But we thought that this was such an important subject, and that the timing was so important, that in spite of our extraordinary struggle to break even, we have done this on a non-commercial basis. And I hope that if there is any surplus from today's events, that we will at least have a modest sum to give to a Ukrainian charity nominated by the Ukrainian ambassador. And I was particularly grateful to him for coming, as well as, of course, to the Secretary of State. Thank you for your kindness.
My name is Kshitij Kapoor. I'm the president and principal of King's College. You might be wondering how many people does it take to close a conference? But look, the reason I really wanted to be here, because I couldn't be here for most of the day other than Sir Laurie's speech. I remember it was about 6 weeks ago when you called, and the principal's office gets a lot of such requests. We'd like to organize a conference. So I thought, all right, he's probably talking about summer of 2023. So I think it is remarkable, but quite fitting for what is needed here, that we've been able to move so quickly, and particular thanks to our partners' Reaction. And perhaps it was you who prodded us to move so quickly. But the one thing I'm reminded of is some of us who are old enough would remember that when the Berlin Wall fell, there was a little aphorism that was going around, the end of history, as people said then. And I'm reminded, as someone else wrote, that on the February 24th, history is back with a vengeance. Who would have thought that we would have needed to assemble like this in a hurry to talk about the defense of Europe? But I'm pleased that we could. And I think this is where I'd like to acknowledge that even though we've been able to come together for 6 weeks, we've been preparing for this for 60 years. The fact that we can convene scholars and expertise of this level is not an accident. It is the work that was started by Sir Michael Howard, ably taken forward by Sir Laurie Friedman, and it is because of the depth of that work and the comprehensiveness of those connections that we could be here, that we could talk about this. But I would like to add another element. Of course, we could just have been a very good policy or a think tank. But we're more than that. And I think what has also happened here today, and I certainly got a brief glimpse of it, is the declaration from our students. And the thing that touched me about their declaration as I read it were two aspects. One, they reminded me, who's sort of a middle generation here, is that they had grown up never knowing war in Europe. And that's something to reflect upon. But the other thing that the declaration ends with saying is, of course, that today we are preoccupied with the Russia-Ukraine war. But it doesn't take away the main challenges and realities of the 21st century, which probably likely will still remain: climate change, failed states, and perhaps the accelerated and coming great power competition that is ahead of us. This might just be a catalyst that brings all those things forward and makes them all the more important. But I'm pleased that we could get together and discuss this. Many people have been thanked, but perhaps not you, Wynne Bowen and John Gerson, and also my special thanks to our partners at Reaction, Ian Martin and Lord Robert Salisbury. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to the audience. May I also put a special shout out to our venues and security who had to go the extra mile to make this event possible, especially with all the VIPs who showed up today. And with that, may I wish you a very good evening, and for those who are invited, a reception on the 8th floor. Thank you very much.